to put your communication, taking cognizance of the view of the other person, so that when you raise issues, there's an empathy between the employer and the employee, the interface in terms of what you communicate. Number two, what is the tone of the communication, whether it's verbal, non-verbal. These are very critical. So you may say something and you mean a different thing. And these are the critical elements. Third one, which is very essential, is called active listening. Most times, people don't listen. They just assume that you are saying something which means different meanings. So active listening is one of the key components for effective communication. Maybe as we progress the discussion, then some other issues will be raised.
Okay, you've talked about some forms of communication, but how are this done? How should people communicate within a corporate environment? I recall that you made mention of the tone. So how do you communicate effectively in a corporate environment? Because people talk, people make communications, but like you said, sometimes it's not effective. How do you ensure that it's effective? Are there rules to it?
If I get you correctly, are you talking about the interface or the means or the types of communication that is expected in the workplace?
I'm talking about the means. How do you communicate among colleagues, within the environment? How do you ensure that the communication is effective? Okay,
the common one is the internal memorandum that is simply called a memo, which tend to communicate either top, down, down up on particular issues from different unit, department, divisions of the company to communicate an idea or a particular policy statement of the organization. So you use internal memorandum, but technology has equally changed our space, where you now have interface in terms of email, or you have an intra office communication where you use the internet as the basis of communicating with colleagues, top management down to middle management down to the shop floor. That's another process. Then you raise issues. You're able to escalate issues to top management from bottom up. Then top management down, they're able to feel the way that whatever they want to communicate, it gets to the staff appropriately. So you have in-house letters you can use. You have notice board. These are all means of communication. But technology has changed that space tremendously. So technology is more driver in the way we communicate. Email interface has become more common in the workplace.
All right. I saw a report, which states the implication of ineffective workplace communication in the U.S. cost businesses $1.2 trillion annually. I know we don't have data or statistics to support that of Nigeria, but that of the U.S. is costing about $1.2 trillion annually when it comes to effective communication in the workplace. Talk to us. What could be the impact of ineffective communication in the workplace?
Once you are not able to communicate appropriately, it affects productivity, the morals of the staff that you work for. So it's a critical element of managing the employee-employer relationship, particularly from the point of view of communication. And communication is central to the bottom line as well. So the way you communicate is tangential and very critical in the way that you get productivity from the staff. So if you don't communicate effectively, and I use the concept of tone and the way you frame your communication, they may have positive or negative impact on the workforce.
Let me add this to it. How do you get communication? How do you get it right when you're having people from different backgrounds, people from different culture, they have different mindset, different beliefs, coming with different motives. How do you achieve effective communication in a group like that when you have this crop of people coming together in the workplace?
I think it starts from policy. You have what you call employee communication policy. Once that policy framework is put in place, people are guided appropriately on the way they communicate from bottom up, the way people communicate top down. But essentially, the tone of the communication is essentially the way top management communicates. So it's a prerogative of the top management puts a good communication policy in place which can enhance productivity and employee morale. And that internal communication interface will equally affect the way you communicate with the external. So if you don't have a proper training of the way you communicate your ideas about the business, then it will equally have negative impact in the way you send external letters to your client outside.
So what could be some of the challenges to effective communication within the workplace?
There's what you call channel noise in communication generally between the sender and the receiver. So the challenge is how do you clear those channel noise? And this has to do with ideas, knowledge, then the simple way in terms of verbal, which is very critical, then the non-verbal cue must be taken into cognizance as well. So when you're able to have a robust communication policy in place, this will help the company to communicate in the right direction.
Let's look at this issue of employer-employee kind of relationship. What kind of relationship should an employer, have with the employee, or the other way, vice versa? What kind of relationship should it be? Just strictly official, or semi-official, or hybrid? If something like that exists, you combine both. What kind of relationship?
No, I think that has to do with the way people relate within the office. You have what you call formal and informal communication. There must be a blend of relationship in terms of formal communication and informal communication. It's important that you must be friendly in the workplace. When you have a good rapport, it helps in the way you communicate as well, and it builds trust among employees. So in terms of sapiential relationship, that's people at the same level, okay, top, bottom, but again, you must equally set boundaries in the way you communicate so that people don't abuse that rapport that you create, so that people don't think that because you're friendly, then when you want to communicate officially, then you lower the standard. That is not the case. Somebody can be your friend, but once there's an infraction in terms of certain elements of communication in the place, you need to make those calls.
So when there are infractions or when there are conflicts, how do companies, or how should a corporate organization address communication breakdown?
There's a policy regime, particularly from the employee handbook, the way you communicate stated there, but then when there's a infraction, there's a grievances handling procedure in the workplace, then you need to exploit those grievances procedure so that you can exhaust any means. So if you are okay, then the management will let you go, but if there are infraction into the process, then some of that is in terms of query is done, and that again is a means of communication as well when you have an infraction into the workplace behavior when you don't communicate in certain right manner.
What do you make of a development where you keep communicating to, let's say, a colleague or a team member? You keep communicating. I would like you to share your experience in this. Like, you keep communicating, but you're not getting results. So from your own hand, you've done your own deal by, passing the instruction or the directive. You've communicated, but the receiver hasn't gotten the message. What do you do in that instance?
I think there's a challenge in terms of directive management when you communicate from bottom up or even among colleagues. There's a new management philosophy that you call coaching, mentoring and counseling, simply called employee counseling. These are the arena in which you're able to coach people in order that you can put some of your experience, some of your knowledge, experiential knowledge in place so that you're able to move the company in the right direction. So there are issues with communication, but then as a coaching manager or as a counseling manager or a mentoring manager, this becomes imperative that you need to coach your employee in a way that they understand communication or even other workplace rules and regulation. I think that to a very large extent will help.
Okay, let's look at communicating not just among colleagues or from employer to employee. What about customers? What are the best practices of effective communication to stakeholders within the workplace?
All right, I think in terms of communication generally, you need to have some element of emotional intelligence as well, which involve you trying to become very proactive in terms of how you know yourself as an individual or as an organization. Then you need to regulate yourself in terms of the negative impulses, in terms of the way you respond to the external customer, as the case may be, or client. Then two, you need to show some empathy, which I addressed earlier. Then you need high level of motivation. Then interpersonal skills in terms of the way you communicate with the people. So social skills essentially are very uppermost in terms of the way you communicate with the customer. And there's this argument that everybody is a customer, so how do you want to be treated? Same way you communicate with your client or customer.
Okay, but talking about interpersonal skill, how does a person's personality impact their ability to communicate?
Yes, you have individual differences from the perspective of social psychology. But what is key is that these skills are trainable and transferable skills. So people may have some psychological differences. But then what is important is that to what extent do people you work with impact you positively by the kind of social skills they have, and they're able to translate that kind of rapport that we talk about, that type of empathy that we talked about, will enhance the way people relate among themselves. And therefore, you need some competence in social skill. And one of the social skills we just mentioned earlier was interpersonal skill. So you need to hone that interpersonal skill so that there's a good relationship between colleagues, and that we effectively assist them in the way they communicate, and they can communicate in a positive way.
I would like you to also educate us on the ideal ways or the professional, proper ways to handle crisis, that arise when it comes to the issue of communication in the workplace. What are the ideal ways to handle that kind of crisis? Should you mediate? And if you're going to do mediation, how do you go about it? What kind of intervention is necessary in the workplace to handle crisis related to communication?
Conflict is inevitable, as they always say. People will always have conflict via communication. But what is key is that to what extent can you resolve those crises? And a little while ago, I talked about coaching, employee counseling. They become handy in terms of how you can resolve crisis, internal communication crisis in particular. But then, what is essential is you need to temper the way you communicate among yourself. You need to use civil language. You need to have mutual respect. These are key driver of effective communication in the workplace. So that is critical in terms of how you can resolve crisis communication, particularly internal communication conflicts in the workplace. Then the policy statement in terms of grievances handling. When there's an infraction into improper behavior, then those grievances will be able to resolve some of those issues.
Let's look at one type of communication sometimes that is very difficult to either handle or even deliver, and that's feedback. Now, feedback, how do you constructively give feedback? Whether feedback about an employee's performance or even a colleague's performance, and how do you handle feedback, maybe from a customer, or you have been the one who is receiving the feedback from your employer or from your colleagues? How do you handle and how do you deliver feedback?
I think for feedback mechanism in terms of internal communication in the first instance is mutual respect. So once there's the mutuality in terms of the way you relate with one another, that become easy to manage. But again, like I said, conflict is always inevitable. Sometimes when you communicate, people do not do active listening. So there's a misconception in terms of what you are communicating. So it's a responsibility of managers, as it were, to communicate in clear and a concise manner so that people understand what you're saying. On the other hand, if it's coming from the customer from outside, you have what you call irate customer, difficult customer, then you must be personable as a person in terms of the way you react to communication. You listen attentively, you acknowledge whatever challenge, whatever communication challenge. Once you're able to acknowledge, then you're able to deal with that issue more meaningfully without being reactive. So more often than not, you need to be proactive. And then again, the subject of emotional intelligence become very handy when you are dealing with the external client, particularly from the perspective of external communication.
How do we encourage people to do active listening? You observe that most of the time, even when people listen, they listen to look for lines to button into your communication or even talk. The issue of active listening is a challenge. How do we encourage and make it a culture here, not just the workplace, but as a people?
I think earlier I talked about what they call channel noise. That is inevitable. But what is important is to what extent do you even understand communication as a major challenge or a major interface between one person and the other. So the only way we can deal with that challenge is to hone the skill of active listening. And this is a trainable skills. There are parameters which you use to train people in terms of how they can pay attention and how they can distill a certain language based on the tone of the communication, the verbal, the written word. Once you're able to have that kind of deeper insight into the inner voice of that who is communicating with you, then that can be reduced minimally. So it's a transferable skill, it's a trainable skill. So active listening is a very essential element in terms of communication skill.
Now, I understand that a lot of organizations have their communication channel. How can an organization measure the effectiveness of their communication methods?
There are parameters in place. Those parameters in terms of how do you measure the communication interface. And we talked about various types of communication in terms of internal memo, in terms of newsletters, all kinds of communication interface. So you put basic parameter, benchmark, in terms of how you measure those things which are scientifically driven. So once you put, there are even Google Forms that can even help you to address those issues. So it depends on what you are measuring in terms of to what extent people are able to cascade message, to what extent are people able to escalate issues to management, and to what extent do we respect the kind of feedback mechanism that you mentioned earlier. This can be measured scientifically, and that will help to improve on the communication interface among employees, between management and employees, then improve on the interface with the external communication, as it were.
You know, when you have a group of persons, you're likely going to have powerful communicators and the weak ones, maybe due to their temperament or persona. How do you handle weak communicators, maybe in a team, and for you not to have crisis in a workplace?
It's essentially coaching and mentoring and counseling, employee counseling in terms of communication counseling. So you need to bring people to speed. And mind you, our roles as employer or managers is reform people. So your idea in the workplace is to bring people to speed through coaching in a way that they can experientially learn from your own effective communication skills that you have honed over the years. So you pass down one down. That will now improve, particularly for those who are weak in communication. So again, in-house training, you need to put people into the classroom from time to time, and you put them through communication skills to enhance the way they communicate in the workplace, and even the way they communicate with the outside.
So what benefit does effective communication bring to the organization?
Essentially, it's about high morale, and once there's effective communication, you can get the productivity that you demand from the employee. So it's a win-win situation.
All right, we'll take a breather now. When we return, we will dovetail into the second segment of our discussion. Stay with us.
In today's rapidly evolving work posture, cultivating a workplace that thrives on effective communication and embraces inclusivity is crucial for success. Effective communication serves as the lifeblood of any productive workplace. It involves the ability to listen attentively, articulate thoughts clearly, understand and respect diverse viewpoints. When communication flows openly and transparently, it fosters teamwork, reduces conflicts, enhances productivity, and nurtures trust among team members. Both employers and employees stand to benefit from honing their communication skills and utilizing a variety of communication channels to ensure a shared understanding of goals and expectations. Each company's value and mission statement is a major part that significantly shape the culture within every organization. This statement sets the ethical and behavioral expectations for employees, guiding them in decision-making and interactions. When these values resonate with employees and are consistently upheld, they form the foundation of a positive and inclusive work environment. Employees feel a sense of alignment with the company's vision, which in turn boosts motivation and commitment to achieving organizational goals. Enhancing ethnic diversity and promoting inclusion within the workplace is crucial for fostering a rich and vibrant organizational culture. When companies embrace individuals from various backgrounds and ethnicities, they unlock a wealth of perspectives, ideas, and experiences. This diversity sparks creativity, drives innovation, and enriches problem-solving capacities within the organization. Also, it creates a sense of belonging and encourages collaboration, leading to a more cohesive and successful work environment. Language is a fundamental aspect of any culture, and by recognizing and preserving indigenous languages, workplaces can show their commitment to valuing the unique identities and contributions of all employees. Hence, promoting and developing indigenous languages is an essential step towards honoring the cultural heritage and diversity present within a workplace. This initiative contributes to a more inclusive atmosphere, promoting unity and understanding among the workforce, and fostering a deeper appreciation for diverse cultures within an organization. Grace Komolafe, Souk News.
factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank you, Grace Kumulafe, for that report on workspace dynamics. We've been talking about effective communication in the workplace. Now let's get into another aspect of the conversation with the company's values and mission statement, how it influences the company, the workplace culture. When you get into a corporate organization, a lot of times you will find at the reception a statement or a kind of sign that has the company's vision, also has the company's value and the mission statement. So that gives you an idea about the company's mission, what they intend to do. It gives you an idea into their values, the virtues that they try to uphold. And for a staff, at the onboarding process, it is assumed that every organization lets their employees into what they value, into the mission statement. It's beyond what you just see at the reception. They tell you this is our value, this is our mission, and so you need to abide by that. How does that now form the culture around that workplace is what we want to discuss. And Sam Oruje, he's still very much in the studio. He is Director, Research Policy and Development, Femi Wash Limited, the owners of Sook News and Wash Radio. All right, so let's look at workplace culture. We talked about values and mission statements, how it could form a culture. So how does it leave something you find on the wall or at the reception when you get into a corporate organization to a culture that people live by in the workspace?
Okay, thank you very much, Blessing. I think value shape culture, but there's a challenge in our client where you're not able to align the corporate vision, mission, and the core values in terms of what you see and cross, particularly at the reception of the company. Do people really live those value propositions? I think that would be where we need to espouse this discussion further. To what extent do people align with the vision, mission, and the core values of those companies? To what extent do this one shape the culture of the organization? There's a big disconnect in terms of value proposition and the way people actually, the kind of culture that you see in some workplaces. There's a disconnect between the values and the culture that they exhibit, even internally and to the external. For example, people will talk about honesty as a core value of a particular organization, and that same company will be doing under the table transaction. Is a disconnect between the value proposition in terms of honesty. So if your value proposition is honesty, then issues of under the table transaction should not occur. And you know what I mean by under the table transaction. That means corruption. You say your value is honesty. So you should espouse everything that is honesty. You talk about respect. Do you respect people? Do you respect your customer? So these are the core issues that we need to expound as we progress the conversation.
I would like you to talk to us about some of the factors that determine the core values of a company or organization. Is it you see some people, they just do copy and paste from somewhere? What should determine if a company needs to come up with these core values, a corporate culture? What should determine, what should influence this?
More often than not, I think the vision, missions, they come from the visionary. That's a business owner or the founder of a business. So he has certain critical milestones of how he sees his or her business, and these are his vision. Then the core values are crafted from that vision. So, but then those values are supposed to form the culture of the organization. And like I mentioned earlier, more often than not, if I use your word, is cut and paste to some people. So that value supposed to be a critical arena where everything you talk about in your core value reflects in the culture of the staff. If you're talking about honesty, staff must be honest. If you're talking about mutual respect, respect must be there. Whatever value proposition that you espouse in the marketplace, so to speak, then you must live. That culture must drive that kind. If you say professionalism, to what extent are you professional in what you do? So if you say customer service, customer delight, to what extent do you put those values? Does the employees espouse those values when they interact with the customer? I think these are the critical issues. So, but the culture, in terms of organizations that are driven by excellence, those cultures are like a DNA of that organization. You can see that in the staff. So you walk into a reception of a company. You can always determine the culture, even from the front office, the way you are attended to, even the communication of the front desk person will show whether those core values that are dotted around the workplace really represent the culture of the organization.
Okay. You just talked about you visiting a reception or getting to a reception, and you're checking the conduct of the front desk person, and you're trying to place that or juxtapose that with the company's value, the company's mission statement, if they actually do align. Why is it that sometimes the behavior of the employees or what you find from an organization does not reflect the value or the mission statement of the organization? Is it because sometimes it's not concise and clear enough, or there are no laid down structures to enable it become a reality? Let's take, for instance, Google's mission. Now, I'm not supposed to mention the name, but I just want it to be clear for all of us to see this example. Now, Google's mission statement is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Now, Google's value includes focus on the user, and it says all else will follow. If you even go by the mission statement to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, that you could find from the service that they deliver. Take it now to other organizations. You find sometimes very lengthy, fully worded mission statement. But when it comes to what they deliver, you just cannot wrap it around and say, yes, you actually deliver on your mission statement. You come to the core values. You don't find the staff exemplify what the company says they believe in. Again, is it that it is not concise and clear enough, or the structure to enable it to become reality and not also set in place to bring the print into reality?
Yeah, I think there's a challenge when you deal with the issues of culture in terms of core value. Number one, is the top management that drives a sustainable culture in the workplace. So once those cultures are lowered from top management, then it reflects directly into the lower listing. But what is key, you need the structure and you need the enablers in terms of the company policy. When you don't lower your standard in terms of your core values, you must live your core values. Once you are not able to live your core value, then there's a disconnect between your proposition and the way you actually live those things. So it builds on the companies to live their value, and they must put a structure in place to live those values. So how do you drive and sustain those values? I think that's a critical question here. Number one is to see that you drive excellence as a basis of the way you deal with issues in the organization. So if your values are honesty, once somebody has an infraction into that, then it goes through the grievance process, and once it's established that there's an infraction, then you let the person go, so every other person will shape up. So in terms of practice, you need people who are holder in the office, what you might call champion in the office, that live these practices that you have already put in place as value. But then the challenge is, number one, how are people recruited? They go through the process. What are the strategy documents in terms of behavior? What are in the employee handbook? Are people unbonded effectively in line? Are people trained on the culture of the organization? Do they understand the vision and the mission? So once you have that kind of clarity, then you'll be able to marry, you'll be able to align those values with the culture in the workplace. But essentially, it's a major problem in our environment where there's a faulty recruitment, where there are issues between owners, business owners, management. You have a recalcitrant employee to a large extent who don't want to shape up in terms of the value. But what is important is that once you put those values in place, you must live those values, you must act those values, and then when people don't fall in line, you need to do the needful.
For those who are still having this confusion about the difference between vision and mission and the relationship between both, I would like you to educate them on what vision should look like, and then the differences, and then the interaction between having a vision and then mission statement.
Okay, vision is just the way somebody has seen the way he wants to run a business or an enterprise. So it's not only in business, even non-business entity, non-governmental organization equally have their vision. I think mission simply is how we want to sustain that vision, how you want to get to where you promise to be. So if you want to be one of the top 10 service provider, how will you get to be 10 of those top providers? And the core value are what exemplify the company in terms of how they will live their vision and mission to get to where they want to be.
So how can companies use their values and mission statements to attract and even retain clients?
No, once you practice what you say, if, for example, you're dealing with a customer and their issues in terms of customer feedback, their issues, you're able to do damage control appropriately in line with your value proposition, and you're able to sustain them over a period of time, then you continually remain in the business place.
Okay, let me ask, will there be a situation that will arise for you to review the mission statement? Is it still possible? Or let's even assume you might not need to review your vision because that's the picture of where you want your company to be. But are there instances that will give room for you to review your mission statement?
Yeah, there's no document that is cast in stone when it talks about corporate vision, corporate mission, corporate core values. They are strategic documents, and every document can be reviewed based on current reality. And you can even go into another business line and you need to rework even your vision to accommodate the new reality. So it's possible that you can review that in line with your current reality. So from time to time, so you can do what they call rebranding to reposition the business in the marketplace. So you have opportunity to rebrand. So it's not cast in stone.
How do you ensure that an employee or employees take a mission statement, they create this sense of belonging? They don't see that as something that belongs to the managers or the owners of the company, but they see, to be part of their corporate responsibility to work with the mission statement? How do you ensure that they imbibe, the culture of what the mission statement is all about?
First, during the onboarding process, that must be properly put in perspective when people are coming into the company. Two, there must be a deliberate effort on part of management to constantly remind people of the core values of the business. So you need to do training, retraining. So like the concept, people need to unlearn and relearn some of those things constantly to be in line with the company's vision.
Are there certain values and mission statements of an organization that can boost the morale of its employees and even bring about engagement? Now, what would they look like, or what should they center on, the kind of value of an organization that will even boost the morale of the employee? Values and mission statement, because sometimes it's about the business, so the employee just have to key in because they work there. But are there some that could actually have that effect on
employee engagement essentially is driven by open communication. Once the management operates an open communication, that will enhance employee engagement, and those value in terms of what the organization has put in place must be sustained. Management must live those values, employees must live those values. To that extent, it will help to improve on employee engagement and constant communication interface in terms of communicating the organization value, the mission from time to time, and stay focused on the strategic mission of the company, and that focus will provide that and sustain employee engagement over time.
How should you handle employees who do not, who are in variance with the vision or mission of the company? They seem to find themselves in a strange environment. Their lifestyle, their beliefs do not resonate with the vision and mission statement of the company or the organization. How do you handle people that? You even have people like that, they've been in that company for years, but they seem not to be in alliance with the vision or mission of such organizations. How do you handle that?
Well, I think the grievances handling procedure, employee grievances handling policy or procedure, we take care of that. And again, this is a responsibility of top management. Once people don't even live the values of the organization, I think in the final analysis, is a business. Even in charity, there's no charity in terms of how you engage the employee. So once employee can't really live the values, then it's the responsibility of management to do the needful.
So how can organizations use their values and mission statement to address social and even environmental challenges?
All right, in terms of corporate social responsibility, it may not be encrusted in terms of the vision, mission, or core value, but as a corporate responsible citizen, companies from time to time give back to society, what the American call corporate philanthropy. So it's in line to have a good reputation in the marketplace, but then even corporate social responsibility has taken a new dimension. Even when you make profit, are you responsible with your profit? What are the core issues with the environment? These are the ongoing conversations. So it's imperative that organization in line with their culture must find a way to envision and enlarge corporate philanthropy, corporate citizenship in a way that they give back to society so that their reputation in the marketplace become more sustainable. And then it must be in line with the current reality in terms of what you give. Are you just giving for giving's sake? What are the impacts? To what extent do they impact on the host community and the citizens at large?
Talk to us about some of the internal mechanism an organization should put in place for employees to understand properly, and effectively the mission statement, the vision, and then to ensure that they are also being implemented.
Onboarding, number one. Number two, training and retraining. Then employee engagement. Then open communication. Companies should be able to communicate their ideas, their initiatives, their policies from time to time, so that this will help in a way to drive that vision.
All right, we talked about effective communication before we began the discussion on companies' values and mission statement. Now, I've heard about some organizations and even seen some organizations that it is not just about those who are in the office who are aware of the company's value and mission statement. Everyone seems to be on board and in agreement with the company's mission and value. They can actually tell you what the company believes in. What kind of communication would ensure that happens or will make that happen?
Simply open communication, open communication. And that's essentially what it is that can drive those processes from time to time. Once your communications are open, then employees become more engaged. Then once employees are engaged, it will impact. Once the internal customer are well served, then it will impact positively on the external customer. So, like I said earlier, it's a win-win situation once an open communication in place. You don't have ambiguity in how you communicate in the workplace.
For mission statement, how can an organization measure the level of success or failure?
Well, you have people who are into branding, who do what you call brand measurement. They are in the best place to do those kind of evaluation. But then if it's a well-structured environment where you have a full-fledged marketing and sales department, you might have a department who's able to address that, measure. So the indicators of what you measure is determined by top management. So once employee communications are open, these issues can be addressed more meaningfully.
No, for businesses, there's what is called feasibility study. For any business that you want to engage in, you conduct a feasibility study. Do you think that such is also required for mission statements? So it doesn't seem like a company is taking on a shoe that is too big for them. You're carving that mission statement that, given your internal operations, your business strategy, it's going to be very difficult for you to leave it.
No, I think in this regard, a feasibility study is just one element, but I think you're speaking to, in my view, a business plan. So if you have a business plan for people to be interested, or even for investors to be, every business strategy document in terms of your vision, mission, core values are equally put into that business plan, because that again will help would-be investors, even banks, to look at how the business is crafted, the kind of business philosophy, and that will guide in terms of the relationship they want to do with that company. So a feasibility study, yes, good, but then a business plan will enunciate this vision, mission, and core value, even the target market they want to serve, and how they want to do the business over a period of time. Then the strategic focus of the company and the strategic program, most likely minimum of 3 to 5 years, is put in place so that people can assess the company more meaningfully in terms of the kind of relationship they want to have with the company.
Recently, I had an interaction with an employer who talked about the challenge of having people who have spent years in the company and then you're bringing them on board. You seem to have this, if I may use the word, carryover of the core value of the previous company to the new ones. And then there's also this tussle between what they are used to and what should be the new core value they should comply with. For that kind of employer, what's your advice to them? I
think, simply put, like we mentioned earlier, the onboarding process is very critical, where you can win people of the mindset that they are bringing from their previous employment to the new employment. So, and the onboarding process, you need to do what you call mind shift in a way that you're able to redirect the employee's mind into the new environment, and they begin to shape into that new environment. So that culture is something that can be transferred through a deliberate and rigorous employee engagement training retraining so that you're able to win them, just like the way you win a baby from breast milk into semi-solid to actual solid. So that kind of metaphor speaks to the way you can find a way to take those garbage, if I may use that word advisedly, of new employee into a new environment where culture and performance and excellence is the main determinant of that workplace.
After onboarding process and this belief that, oh, they know now what the company value and mission statements are, what are some of the challenges that an organization can be faced with that hinders the implementation of the values and even mission statement?
Sometimes if you want to do what they call mind shift, it takes some time. So it behoves on management sometimes that people have imbibed certain culture. So you need to find a way to redirect them to the new culture through deliberate training, through deliberate experiential behavior from the current employees so that people can pick new values, new culture in a way that they can forego the previous behavior. But from the perspective of social psychology, it's always very difficult to do what we call mind modification. But then essentially role modeling is key in terms of how you can bring change to people's behavior in the workplace.
All right, with your submission on that note, we have to wrap up this discussion, and we want to thank you, Sam Oruje, for spending time with us and for sharing your thoughts on Early Extinct this morning.
My pleasure, Femi. Thank you.
All right, let's go on another short break. When we return, we're going to have another discussion with another guest. Who that will be, you'll find out after this break.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to Souk News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is Souk News.
Shout out to Souk News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
Souk News. Here's the Souk News, who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, Souk News. Thank you very much.
factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's the Early Exchange, and now we want to switch gear to talking about ethnic, diversion and inclusion. What does that suggest to you? We have different ethnicities in Nigeria and all across the world. What should be the impact of that? What should be the disadvantage or the advantage of that? Should that be a blessing? Should that be otherwise? To shed more light on this, we are being joined by Idahosa Osamaze, who is the Vice President, Femi Wash Media Limited. Glad to have you join us, Idahosa.
Femi, my pleasure to be back.
Great. All right, let's start with these. Talk to us. What should be the impact of ethnic diversion and inclusion? Should it be, like I said from my intro, should it be a blessing or otherwise?
Well, it can be a blessing, it can also be a curse, and that is absolutely dependent on how people are able to manage diversity. Really, when we look at creation, for example, we see a whole lot that what really make it worthwhile or beautiful is diversity. But somehow we find that in terms of managing this diversity, a whole lot of things can actually go wrong. And this is when some people feel insecure in the midst of people who are of different ethnic extraction. These are issues, of course, that you have to deal with in workplace, and that's where leadership really is required. When you have the appropriate leadership, of course, they could be really a blessing.
So what are some of the issues that can come up from having a diverse ethnic workplace?
Well, you see, people tend to always aggravate around people they are secure with. And the whole real issue is security. So if I'm from a certain ethnic tribe and I find my people, the chances are that I am going to feel more secure about this person than somebody who is from a different tribe. And now, if this becomes a trend or a tradition or a culture in an organization, you will see people start to add in silos or groups that will be working at cross purposes against the organizational goal. That's why I say, because a whole lot of people come to workplace with so many stereotypes, some biases that are really lying in the subconscious or the unconscious of every individual, and these are based on the stories that you have heard from people of other people, and so you have prepared your mind coming to workplaces that there are some people that have been stereotyped in a certain way, and you are thinking they are going to act in that particular fashion. So when people have these biases and this stereotyping in their DNA, it is difficult really for them to work with people from other tribes. So this is the real issue. But once people become real universal and they have disabused their mind of any biases, understanding that every ethnic group has its good, has its bad, and has its ugly. And then, of course, you can be much more open and broad in terms of dealing with people.
All right, let's look at Nigeria as a country. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million and ethnicity more than 300. How do we take advantage of our diversity to ensure that it's being tailored towards growth and development? And what are the challenges, when it comes to having inclusion as far as Nigeria is concerned? What are the cropping issues?
Well, speaking to ethnic politics and management, a whole lot has been written in that regard, especially by many political scientists on managing our diversity, and because it has been very crucial to where we find ourselves as of today, really. Yeah, but one of the most outstanding author in that regard is Professor Kudeba Onoli, who wrote a book on ethnic politics in Nigeria. And one of the issues that was raised in that thesis was the fact that over the period of our negotiation for independence, that you have a lot of people who, of course, will be clouded by ethnicity and really were not looking at the issue that was on the table. And what was that issue? That we're all collectively, whether from the north or the south, every one of us were slaves to the colonial masters, and that was what was important for us to actually rally around and bury our secondary contradictions in such a way that we can overcome colonial rule and then become one body. But unfortunately, in the process of working toward that goal, we find ourselves having a recourse to our ethnic background. And of course, that has actually been the bane of the Nigerian Federation. So when Claude Aké was writing, of blessed memory, said, Nigeria really had not been able to put development on its front burner. Now, what has been on the front burner is our politics. Of course, because like they say, politics is who gets what, when, and how. Now, if the man who is at the center, who determines who gets what, when, and how, factor in these sentiments into the way resources are shown, chances are that you are going to have people mistrust leadership. And this is what we have seen in the last 60 years of our independence. Now, for example, I was sharing with some people an exercise we call the piece of cake, where we ask, okay, take about 11 a 4-straight line cut through a piece of cake and ensure that 11 people get a share. And every time people try that exercise, they always arrive at 8 pieces. And I ask, what's left for the other 3 people? People get stuck. And this is where really the challenge is. When you are sharing resources, and of course you are not accommodating everybody, suspicion will be there. Yesterday I was speaking to somebody and I said, one of the issues, for example, you talk about when you hear people are talking about padding of our budgets in the legislature, one of the things that come to mind, and people, because when you use the word padding, it's negative connotations. People see it as, oh, these people are trying to load the budget so that they can cheat, but that's really not the issue. Now, listening to lawmakers speak, and most of the time they say, I come from a local government. 10 years, my local government doesn't feature on the federal budget. And yet I'm representing them. Because as a legislator, I have 3 basic roles. The first role is representation. So if I'm representing my people in a government, and for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, the name of my local government does not feature in the allocation of resources, how do I tell them I'm representing them? So this is a challenge. And this is because we are not strategic in the way we apply resources, such that we are able to program it to say in 8 years or in 12 years, all the 12 or the 774 local government, for example, in Nigeria, will be covered by something. And this is where the real challenge lies. Now, when you see other examples where ethnic nationality has been managed, especially in Singapore, with 3 major ethnic groups, what Lee Kuan Yew did, though he was a Chinese, he associated more with the Malays. He even had to send his children to Malay school to go and learn the Malay language. And that reduces the mistrust in the system. So when you, as an ethnic leader in an organization, and you sit around people, and then of course you're speaking your language, where other languages or people who don't even understand the language are there, you make them feel insecure. What this means is that we are not wanted here. And so if I'm not wanted, why will I need to volunteer or contribute my quota to the success of this business? This is issues, and this is why I speak to it, that leadership is critical in terms of managing diversity.
So what are some of the strategic ways that an organization can combat bias and stereotypes and some practices that may make other ethnic groups feel insecure within the workplace?
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. That's why I said everything, like they say, rises and falls on leadership. And once leaders are able to emphasize that I really don't care where you come from, what is important to us is our goal or the core purpose why we are here. And once the why is defined according to Simon Sinek, which is the just cause for which an organization is set up, then of course that becomes the driving force. So it really don't matter who run the business. All that we are interested in is how to get the problem solved. So the person who can do or solve the problem becomes really the brother or sisters. I think that is very clear in scripture. When people came and said to Jesus, and they asked him, and he said, Master, your mother and your father, they've been looking for you past 3 days. And he said, who are my father? Who are my mother? So the one that are sitting down listening to me, they are my father, they are my mother. And I think that is the kind of leadership that you require in workplace, that is not looking at color, is not looking at race or language, or looking at, of course, people's status. All that he looks at is who can actually deliver results. And of course, where excellence is rewarded, then of course you will be able to overcome these pedestrian or trivialities.
But that may be very easy to accomplish in a private sector. But in the public service and in some other areas, particularly in Nigeria, you find a situation where the person who rises to the head of leadership in that particular organization or parastatal must come from the dominant ethnic group in that area. And these practices keep on going. It now seems like the normal thing to do. How can such be corrected?
Well, I think, for example, yes, you said in the private sector it's important because what drives is the motive is profit. So if I am concerned about getting profit, all that I would be interested in is who can contribute to make that profit possible. Now, but in the public sector, in short, I was speaking on Monday again, I keep referring to this meeting with this legislator, that one of the issues I raised with them, and I said, look, this government must run like a business. We must put sentiments aside. What confronts us, for example, is the fact that we're looking at a nation, and when we take the statistics, for example, as we are looking at it today, it's gray. It's not painting, it's gloomy in outlook. That we're looking at in 5 years' time, Nigeria will be about 260 million, being among the first 8 most populous nations in the world. And by 2050, we are getting up to over 400 million people if we move at the same rate. Now, what is facing us is not whether we are from the north or from the east. The problem that confronts us today, issues that dollar is selling at 1,048, it does not have any ethnic sympathy. There's no food in the nation, there's no ethnic sympathy. And this is the issues that we have found, that where human beings are not strong enough to manage issues. Take, for example, in the management of our diversity, we have come up with what they call the federal character system, the quota system. And what is this supposed to do? It's supposed to see how do we really ensure that there is inclusion in terms of taking or assessing what belongs to the Commonwealth, such that no state is left out, such that no geopolitical entity is left out. But in the last years, we have misapplied the quota system. Quota is not synonymous with mediocrity. What it presupposes is that it should actually give room for people of different ethnic nationality and diversity to come together and be in the same workplace and environment. And that, of course, will increase the bondedness of this ethnic nationality. But what do you see today, for example? Even in terms of filling position in the unity schools, for example, you see somebody, they say, oh, it's from educationally disadvantaged state. Now, if I am from educationally advantaged state like Lagos and I have a score of 160 over 200, I am denied admission. And then another child who is coming from Adamawa scored 28 and is given admission in the name of quota. What you do is you create distrust. And this is why people don't feel belong to the entity called Nigeria. And this is also the real reason why people are not patriotic to the cause of the nation because they are feeling shortchanged. Now, I've argued this severally. Those who so-called educationally disadvantaged state, what make it educationally disadvantaged? Is it that the teachers are not qualified? Do they need to recruit teachers who, for example, should prepare the children so that they can read that baseline? This is what we need to do. Now, if the teachers are not enough, then reduce the number of schools so that you can have good qualified teachers to prepare the children so that they can be competitive. We are even living in a world now that are without borders. That competition is not just within your nationality. Competition now is global because your nation can no longer provide everything that you need. So you have to compete with people from China, people from Indonesia. Now, how do you use those low grade to compete? This is the challenge that all of us must embrace as leaders, that look, yes, while we are working toward inclusion, which of course is also very, very critical in terms of the sustainability debate, especially the people part of the sustainable agenda, that people, even people with disabilities, of course, we must find a way to include them within the system. And that requires a lot on the companies or establishment to put in place. Take, for example, the walkways. When you're doing your building, you put into account that it's not only just people with 2 legs that can climb here. There are also people who can walk, and you must make that space for them to climb. Now, you are building your toilet, you must make allowances for these sets of people. Now, all these ideas about inclusion, especially in the sustainability debate, is to see that everybody feel equal in the workplace. And this is what the challenge is, and this is what is before us as a people. That is really not about where we come from. I argue somewhere, somebody said to me, oh, it's our turn to produce president. And I said, South produced a president for 6 years. I really didn't have any single benefit. No road to my village, no lights, no industry. So what benefit is it to me that somebody from South is a president, or somebody from Southwest is president? Tinubu is president today from Southwest. I'm not sure that every Southwest that's actually benefited. It's actually an individual. And I think we must get to that point in our own understanding and conversation, that the fact that somebody comes from your ethnic group becoming a president really does not translate into good life for you. What is important is that we find somebody who is broad-hearted and who is driven by passion for the good of the majority of the people. And I think this is what should really form the basis for the consideration of who we choose to lead us as a people.
You're almost answering my question, because I actually want us to look at the political terrain. You have this practice in this climb when it comes to politics. People bring the ethnic sentiment, the prejudice, they spice it up when it comes to politics. Why do you think it's so? And then how can we change the narrative to ensure that we begin to take advantage of our diversity and ensure there's proper inclusion?
You see, it's just that sometimes people don't study trend. And this is really why, for me, somehow you look at some certain things, you be wondering why people will reach some certain conclusion. As long as power had remained in the north, the economic base come to the south. It's almost natural. Because while you are struggling to prove that you are not biased, you will be conceding ground to the other side that does not produce leadership. That's happened from time to time. Because every little intention that you make, somebody is going to interpret it. And so you will be doing and working hard, because it's just a given. Because you know naturally in the political circle, your people are going to vote for you. So you take that for granted. So where do you need to do more work? You need to do more work where you feel people are suspicious. And in order to do more work there, you will be pacifying them. It's just natural. You will be pacifying them. So if me were left alone, I would have just liked to remain in opposition so that they continue to pacify me. When you do something, I will just read the meaning and motives to it and say, oh, we're trying, because you need to come and win my place, for example. But unfortunately, we don't think this way. And this is because the politicians have read our psychology. And they know that we are not deep in terms of critical analysis. And therefore, they play on our emotions and they play on our sentiment. And I think, again, like I always say, the bedrock of any nation is a good educational system where people are trained to think critically and be able to weigh alternatives and see which benefit them the most. Because, like I said, we don't take ethnicity to the market, we don't take it to the supermarket, and of course, it's not a ticket to Jackpot even. So what's important for us is good life, and where it comes from really shouldn't really be a problem for us.
As much as an organization wants to ensure ethnic diversity and inclusion in the workplace, what are the metrics by which it can measure its success in that aspect?
Well, of course, the world is setting certain metrics today. Take, for example, talking inclusion, for example, people are saying, of course, there's a certain percentage of women you want to have in the place you work. Some people are also having to say, okay, disabled are to be included. Young people also must be included. All these things are being set by the global bodies to ensure that we carry a lot of people along. So these are the real things that we talk. But then, of course, in the workplace, you must also put into consideration, and this is where, of course, I speak about stereotypes and some biases. And people are looking, take, for example, the balance between male and female, that you are finding that there are some certain things that you think women will not be able to achieve, and it will be easier for men to do it, maybe because of what is required, the energy or the strength that's required to do that job, the stamina to be able to stay on, depending on what nature of the job is. So people put all these things into consideration, because at the end of the day, is the output that is actually determining what kind of persons that you want to recruit. So it's not just that you are recruiting people for recruiting sake, just to make sure that you set a balance, and at the end of the day, you are really not meeting the target or the output that you have set out to meet ab initio. So for me, really, the metric should just be qualification. That if this person is right to do the job, and if he has proven in the time past that he has been able to accomplish something that's similar, or that he has the potential to be able to do the job, there should be no discrimination on the basis of whether gender, whether race, or even social class.
Let's talk about some of the mechanism an employer needs to put in place to ensure, ethnicity, taking advantage of the diversity and inclusion in the workplace, whereby you're promoting unity. What kind of mechanism will be put in place to ensure that you encourage people to shy away from ethnicity, biases, and all form of prejudice?
Yeah, like I said, I've really alluded to that, and I have told you what Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore to be able to douse the tension of mistrust within society, and I think that's what every leader needs to learn. That people want to gravitate to places where they feel secured. They are not threatened because of where they come from or the color of their skin. And so in the workplace, you find that a lot of people really take jobs not because of the salary most of the time. Yes, it's important, the salary, but the sense of security and trust that they feel within the system is also very important. And this is why you see some people can remain in a job even though they have a better offer somewhere, but they see that, look, the kind of community I found around myself here is just conducive. Because you also have seen people who have left a place and then they went for a better offer and then start to regret, because what you find in that space really is not, you are not finding fulfillment in what you do because of the way the place is organized. And this is why a lot of people say in terms of branding, that no matter what strategy you put in place, culture will eat up strategy as a breakfast any day, any time. So if you have a strong culture, people culture, where you treat everybody equally, and you are dispassionate in terms of relating with people, and you are not selective in terms of applications of rules, people know that if you merit punishment, you are punished. If you merit reward, you are rewarded, irrespective of your closeness to the CEO, for example. Then, of course, you can actually forge some sense of unity.
Now, in forging the sense of unity, leadership has done its own by ensuring that those who are qualified get the roles or get the position. But how do you see affinity groups that focus on particular ethnic groups? You find that happening in schools, tertiary institutions, for instance, where you have different ethnic groups, and they also have like a culture week where the different ethnic groups showcase their culture. But in the workplace environment, things like that may begin to happen amongst employees who find that they are from the same ethnic group, and then they begin to form an alliance, making other employees uncomfortable. In a situation like that, because it is seen in this part of the world that you can't stop people from speaking their language. You can't stop people from identifying with someone from their ethnic group. How can the leadership step in to ensure it doesn't become a kind of toxic culture that makes other persons uncomfortable?
Well, in the school, that's understandable. Sometimes you just also want to showcase the beauty of color and see how diversity really adds beauty to what we do. That's understandable. But for me, work is work. When you come to work, I don't think you come to work to come and do socials. If you can do that during break. When people are in the office, they should do the office work. Except that there's a work that is bringing people together. I don't see why people should really be gravitating around cultural issues in the office. It doesn't make anything good. People should come to work, and when you are coming to work, like in other climes, people make you come to work, and what you're doing, you're on your table and you are doing your work. It really doesn't matter. Like somebody said, you can get anything done as long as you don't really care who takes the blame or who takes the praise. So, you go to the UAE, for example, where you have about 10 million people in total, and the locals, they are just about 1.5 million. Now, this for me is a challenge to the conversation which we foster here. What they call today, we call it in this part, local content. That if I set up an organization, I must have a certain degree of locals who will work with me. Now, for me, this is a kind of an inhibitor to progress. Because what that means, it puts you in a tight corner where you have to look for people because you must include them in your business, and therefore, these persons have to be taken, whether they are qualified or not. Now, before in the UAE, they say, oh, you must have an indigene who is part and parcel of that business. Today, they have removed that law. Because they know that the indigenes may not be qualified. So if you have somebody who is qualified, yeah, but what have they done in place of that is that they made a room that if you're registering a company, you have a sponsor who is an indigene. And you're allowed to recruit whoever works with you, as long as they are productive and they are generating results. Now, what you see is that from the 1977, the nationalization policy of Obasanjo then, up to today, you see, as a nation, we pay blind eye to fundamental issues. We started to go down from the nationalization policy. Because by the time you remove the experts and you ask the locals to do the work, they couldn't do it. And it is that tragedy of fall that we are in till today. Go and check it, and history will show you how we have been nosediving from that policy. Just because that somebody feel, oh, as a military man, you needed to fight colonial master because they took some actions and you need to fight back, and you take all the companies and say you want to run it yourself. But you don't have the capacity to run it. That's why all our critical national assets, they are all dead as we speak. So for me, really, I think what should be emphasized, whether it's in a workplace or at the nation center, should be excellence, competence. So when people base recruitment parameters on excellence, intelligence, whether it is IQ, whether it's emotional intelligence, whether it's social intelligence, whether it is adversity intelligence, just base it on intelligences and competencies. That somebody is going to do this work, he can do it. And if there is somebody who can do it better, we should not substitute mediocrity for meritocracy. But you see, what has been our bane is that we have sacrificed meritocracy on the altar of mediocrity in the name of ethnic nationalities.
All right, as we wrap up, let's look at the issue of marginalization, where people feel marginalized, some minority group, you know, even the major ones, they feel like that. And this is why, or what is fueling the call for restructuring in recent times, where they feel their interests are not being protected. How do we handle this as a nation? And then what could be the way forward?
Well, I think marginalization has become a mantra of a sort in our country, where you see people are crying that they are marginalized. Now, when you look at the way we deal with marginalization, sometimes again, it's ludicrous. Take, for example, in the assignment of portfolio ministries, I hear people talk about Jewish ministries. Why should a ministry be Jewish? For example, that all the Jewish ministry is given to one ethnic group. Why is a ministry Jewish in the first place? Because these are all incentives for corruption. And this is the real problem. That what people call marginalization is that they don't have opportunity to steal. This is the real issue. Yeah, but you see, because when you look at all the conversation we are having, and people are saying, oh, I would have had a better opportunity to steal here than where you are putting me here, because money does not come here. That's the conversation we are having. And this is the real thing, creating the fertile ground for corruption. Otherwise, every ministry is the same. What are you supposed to do is to excel or bloom where you are positioned. This has been the real issue. So there's nothing like marginalization, if you say. Now, because even in the family, there are marginalization. As a father, I have sons, and I want to give an assignment. I should also think we should do it better. It doesn't matter how the other person will feel. Now, if I know that my younger son will do it better than the first one, and I go and give it to the one who will not do it well, and then he wastes it, what value would that add to me? This is the real issue, that we need to train ourselves up, and we need to think, critically about issues and weigh the options. What are the benefits that is coming? That should be the driving force. What's the goal? Now, who really cares? Who rules? If there's food in abundance, if people know that when they compete for a position, that nobody is going to give them preference because they have one big brother who is somewhere, then everybody will sit tight, everybody will work hard. Now, but because there's so much attraction at the center, there's so much to steal from the center, this is why the cry of marginalization is hitting the roofs.
All right, thank you very much, Idausa Osamanze, for talking to us about ethnic diversity and inclusion, not just in the workplace, it's also extended it to ethnic diversity and inclusion in Nigeria in the public service. Thank you very much for your time with us today.
My pleasure to be here.
Let's go to a quick break and look at another aspect of the workplace culture. Stay tuned.
This afternoon, I would like to talk about a touchy subject and an experience that I had. And that touchy subject is really about the etiquette of the lady's handbag. I went for a function at a friend's house, and there were quite a lot of people. And as I arrived, most of the chairs were taken. I spotted a chair that I made a beeline to. And as I got there, there was a lady sitting beside that particular empty chair, and there was a handbag on the chair. And I politely asked if there was anybody sitting on the chair. Was it reserved? She first eyed me from top to bottom, and she said no. So I was expecting, naturally, that she will then lift her bag so I could sit down. When she did not, I politely asked, please, may I sit on it? Very reluctantly took the bag and continuously stood up to just make things uncomfortable for me, passing drink over my head. And I got a message, and so I stood up and left the table at the particular chair. I would say this is the general, but this is not uncommon. I think it's wise not to put your bag on the ground if it's that expensive. But I also believe that it's not fair that you have a seat and reserve one seat for your bag whilst other people are standing. What exactly should be the etiquette around the ladies' handbags? Any contribution will help.
Factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thanks for staying with. Thank you for being with us on Early Exchange all the way from 7 a.m. to this time. Now let's take a look at the development of indigenous languages and also its promotion. Now, looking at Nigeria, we understand that there's several languages in Nigeria. How can indigenous languages be developed and promoted, used for communication in the workplace, outside of the workplace? We have Bayo Olauye, who's a broadcast journalist and also our in-house analyst, joining us to talk about this morning. Good morning, sir.
It's a pleasure.
I just talked about Nigeria being a country with several languages. There's hardly any ethnic group that doesn't have more than one language that is also spoken in that ethnic group. So how can indigenous languages be promoted in a country like this, for instance?
Thank you very much. The issue of languages has been the concern of so many people. Just 2 days ago, my wife was complaining about my grandchildren not speaking Yoruba. And I was telling her, why don't you leave these children? But eventually I came to realize that really you have to encourage them to speak local languages. Our social political groups too have complained about this, about the attitude of parents and teachers to push our local languages to the background. For instance, the Ohanese has said something about this. Afenifere too has said something about this. And the Governors Forum at the time said local languages should be encouraged. The Arewa Consultative Council at the time also talked about the non-availability of teachers to teach these languages, the non-availability of textbooks, and the non-availability of teaching materials to teach these languages. So I think we should encourage the tertiary institutions to produce teachers in these languages. And from there, we can move on.
I still want you to talk to us more about some of the things, you know, that have gone wrong over the years. Why do you think you have this preference for foreign languages or English to the expense of our local languages? What has been responsible for this?
I think it's parents mostly, the attitude of parents. They want to send their children to elite schools, and just like they say, my Volkswagen is better than yours. Everybody wants to send their children to the best schools, and as a result, they want their spoken English to be top-notch. Well, they're entitled to their opinion. But what I feel is that we should go back to the schools. We should now employ teachers who are very versed in the languages. We should be prepared to go the extra length of providing visuals so that these children can learn. And then we encourage the usage of the local languages. I'm happy now that we have television stations and radio stations broadcasting in the local languages. I think that's an extension of what we want to see. The government also should encourage traditional festivals, traditional figures should also take a lead. Our Obas, our Obis, our Emirs should also take the lead in revigorating the teaching of local languages.
But in promoting indigenous language, aren't there certain challenges that will come up? For instance, English cuts across, regardless of your ethnic group. But if we begin to promote indigenous language, wouldn't there be communication problem amongst Nigerians?
In Nigeria, we have solved that problem in Nigeria in that we now use Pidgin English. Pidgin English is adulterated, really, but now we can communicate in Pidgin English. As regards local languages, I don't think we've done enough. I don't think we've done, especially in the primary schools, we have not done enough. In the secondary schools, I don't think we have much. The problem really are the teachers. The problem are the teachers. Once we have the teachers, the children will be able to imbibe this culture, and then our libraries should be stocked with textbooks, and the curriculum should change, and the emphasis should be on written and spoken national languages.
But don't you think even the teachers or parents are helpless if the textbooks are written in English? Physics textbook, not in Yoruba, not in Igbo. Chemistry, not in Hausa. You know, are they not helpless? What do you think can be done to change that narrative until, you know, if I teach my children how to speak Igbo language, when they get to school, they don't speak that language. They have to speak English. So what can we do to ensure that on a national level we make it better or make it a practice to promote indigenous languages?
Now we're going back to government, and that has to do with policy. Government must insist that local languages should be used in communication and in teaching. And in, well, among communities, we can use pidgin, but government must take the lead. Government must take the lead by enforcing the fact that the local languages must be taught. Local languages must be encouraged. Local languages must be pushed forward in the interest of the nation and in the interest of the future generations.
How do we now begin to rewrite the English written books in local languages? Femi talked about the textbooks, the physics textbooks, the chemistry textbooks, and other textbooks. How do we begin to transcribe them in our local languages? That would take a whole lot, and lots of investment would need to go into that. Is that something that we can do, both in public schools and in private schools?
Now, it's something we can do, because now, if you say that local language should be taught, apart from the teachers, the libraries must be stocked. Apart from that, local communication. For instance, at a time, the Lagos State House of Assembly was thinking of using Yoruba as the official language. I think that thing has been shut down now. And that's government taking the lead again, like I said, and that will encourage. Government should also insist that official events organized by government should be broadcast, should be done, should be hosted in the local languages. And then our traditional rulers should also come out of their palaces and go to the local communities and emphasize the need that our local languages are dying and they must be resurrected.
I would like you to talk to us because you've seen several cases and you with your experience, you know, how much of influence has globalization, you know, had on us? How much of influence, you know, on our languages, even local language, even our culture, our way of dress? Interestingly, you're putting on, you know, a local attire, which I might not likely do that because of what I do. So how much of influence, and how do we begin to draw the line or change the narrative with this influence?
Thank you, Femi. Just across here, I was born at 127 Bambushi, just across there. And I belong to the Brazilian Descendants Association. I also belong to the Greater Campus, other groups. And we are concerned that the local dances, when you have carnivals, that our youth cannot do them anymore. In fact, around this area now, if you want to really do the carnival dance, the way it's done hundreds of years ago, you can only get people from the age of 75, 70s that can actually do it. The youth don't know about it. So there's a determined effort now, a concerted effort, a deliberate effort by some of us to ensure that we get these children taught these dance steps. Now that's as a result of globalization or westernization, where these children have thrown away all the cultural dances, all the cultural attributes that we have. And so there's room for concern.
Because we started today's conversation with workplace culture, workplace environment, we're going to wrap up with that. So let's look at promoting indigenous language in the workplace. Is it going to be an easy ride? Is it even possible you have different people in every workplace? Which language would you then adopt?
I would say English is the global and international language. For goodness sake, for any business transactions, let's stick to English. But as social functions, why not? At government functions, why not? This state belongs to Yorubas. And the Yorubas, you know, they dominate here. So
they dominate Lagos State.
Lagos State, Lagos Island, where we are now. So it doesn't make sense. We must abide by international rules. We must speak English for business and for transactions. But it will be difficult to go back to our local languages. And because don't forget that the municipality of Lagos, we have all sorts of people from different parts of the country. And it will be undemocratic to enforce Yoruba on them. That's the way I feel.
All right, from that last submission, we'll find that there are several challenges to the adoption of indigenous languages in the workplace and even nationally. But it is encouraged that at every level, social functions in the homes, that indigenous languages should be encouraged so they do not go extinct, just as some dances are already going extinct. Thank you very much, Bayo Olaoli, for talking with us this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's how we wrap up today's edition of Early Exchange. Thank you for watching. I am Blessing Aiche. Coming up at 10 a.m. on Sook News is Business Insights. Tomorrow will be another time for you to join us on the show, 7 a.m. West African time. Thank you for watching.
Also put it in mind that the conversation continues on our social media platform and our YouTube platform. You can share your thoughts, you can like, comment, and even share some of the program. I am Femi Ayodele. Bye for now. Thank you, sir.
Come on, wrap me.
Allocation to Nigeria's agriculture sector. You're welcome aboard. I am Vivian Oguche. It's so good to have you join us on the show today. Let's dig down into the day's topic. Now, between January and March 2021, the agriculture sector in Nigeria contributed to 22.35% of the total gross domestic product, right? Despite this contribution to the economy, Nigeria's agricultural sector faces many challenges which impact on its productivity. Now, these include poor land tenure system, low level of irrigation farming, climate change, and land degradation. Others are low technology, high production cost, and poor distribution of inputs. Now, limited financing, high post-harvest losses, and poor access to markets. Now, what we are going to be focusing on today is limited financing. And for more perspective on this, I'm being joined by Bridget Okonofua. Thank you, Bridget, for coming over.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. You look good, by the way.
Thank you. You too. I love your hair.
Oh, thank you. All right, so Bridget is the CEO, Lead Unique Ventures Limited. She is also an agri-business consultant, which is why she's here today. So we'll take a look at the 2024 budgetary allocation to the agricultural sector. So Bridget, let's start from the beginning, right? What is the international best practice when it comes to budgetary allocation to the agri sector globally?
Well, international best practice is, okay, let me just look at what I put down. It's okay to just, go through what I noted.
Absolutely.
While I was contacted for this.
Yeah.
See? Sorry.
But so while we consider that though, are you impressed with the way things are in the agricultural sector in Nigeria as we speak?
No.
Oh.
And yes.
No and yes. So I'm going to need you to expand.
Okay. There's room for improvement, really. You know, Nigeria is come of age when it comes to agriculture. The decision to diversify into agriculture was a very good one. But how to implement is the issue, okay? Government has done a lot. They've been trying to put certain things in place, but it is not as, we should expect it to be.
So let's talk about the budgetary allocation to the agricultural sector. What we've been doing on the show this week is to take a look at sectorial budgetary allocations. And today we're talking about agri. Are you impressed with what the federal government is doing so far?
I'm actually very glad, that the government is prioritizing the budgetary allocation for agriculture because, it plays a very significant and important role in agricultural development in Nigeria. Okay, so I'm particularly glad. So I want to say, or I should say, congratulations to Nigeria, because over time it wasn't, it wasn't like that in the time past. But we're looking at putting agriculture at the forefront in our budget, which will help the development, innovation, and or what have you in agriculture.
You listened to my introduction, right? I reeled out a number of factors that is mitigating against the agricultural sectors. One of them is preservation of goods after harvest.
There are so much issues in the agricultural sector. Since we took it from this end, let me just go straight to this point. Like I said yes and no. No, in the sense that we have not been able to meet up with those things that will help us to sustain agriculture in Nigeria. All right? We have not been able to sustain agriculture.
For example?
For example, logistics. It's very key. Today you hear farmers saying that they can't get their goods off the roads, the roads are bad, the inadequate infrastructure, final access to loans, and so on and so forth. It's so enormous. Now, these are the areas that we really need to care for. For instance, you talked about post-harvest losses. It's a major thing that's eating deep into the agricultural sector. The reason there's high inflation of food is because there is no storage facility. I mean, they say we have some. I would say build more, revive the ones that are there, so that we'll be able to preserve our foods. I mean, I always say to people that some certain group of people have decided or have turned themselves into going to the markets at the late hours.
Really? Tell me more about that.
Why is that?
Yeah, why?
The reason is because the farmer takes his produce from the farm to the market, right? And at the end of the day, probably not able to sell everything. What do you think will happen to the produce if not sold?
I think I know where you're driving at now.
People will buy it. They will price it down. People will buy it at a cheap rate. Buy 10, get 1. Buy 5, get 20. Like it's just give away. Has the farmer made his money? No. How does the farmer preserve the food that are not sold or produce that are not sold in the market? if government will think about, oh, let's say government, because this is not just about the government, yeah? Government has, like I said, I'm happy that, at the fact that the government has made a budget for agriculture. Very wise. But we also need the people. We need the private sectors. For instance, you go to K2 markets, you go to Mile 12, you go to all these markets, right? There are no storage facilities sited at these locations. So the farmer takes his goods from wherever to that farm and not able to sell it. And is at the mercy of those who go to the farm market in the evenings. Because he can't take his produce back to the farm. Neither can he take the produce back to his house.
Wow.
And you see, most of our agricultural produce are perishable products.
Like tomatoes, vegetables.
Yeah, so this is why I say, yes, we're doing a lot, but there's room for improvement on the government side and the private sector.
You talk about preservation. How about not just a preservation, but converting these goods into finished products, where you are able to convert your tomato to tomato paste, going a step further?
Now that brings me to the issue of access to finance.
You said it earlier.
Loans.
Yes.
Again, mechanization, equipments. How do you process tomatoes to paste? What do you need? You need equipment.
So it's capital intensive, right?
Well, yeah. The value chain in agriculture is very, very important. So if we cannot have access to loan, I was talking to someone yesterday, and he said, Bridget, I need money. I'm doing hibiscus flower.
That's the one they use for this Zobo drink. Yeah.
This guy is aggregating farmers in the northern areas. Has huge aggregates of farmers. But it's not doing so much because there is no finance. We have these groups of farmers here, we have that group of farmers here. They come to me, they talk to me about how can they access loans. I'm looking for a way how they can access loans. I say, the farmer and the bank, they are not friendly at all.
Yeah, but what seems to be the problem?
They are not good friends.
Why?
Yeah, the reason is because I think that we all need to be sensitive, either the financial sector and the government. We need to be sensitive to know that agriculture does not just end at the farm. We need to move from the farm, primary production, to the value chain. And in the value chain, you need equipment, you need money. And the policies, the bureaucracies, all these things need to be soft-pedaled on, because this is what is affecting the agricultural sector.
So when you talk about bureaucracy, are you talking about bottlenecks?
Bottlenecks that the farmers have to go through. Last week I was talking to a friend of mine who is on the farm every day, aggregating farmers, doing all kinds of short gestation time produce, long-term produce, rice and all that. And he was saying to me that, Bridget, we have issues. We have issues with, first of all, moving our stock, our produce out to the market. We need outlets. Then the banks are not helping. There are no outlets where you can bring your produce out. We talk about storage. Again, let me go to storage, for instance, yeah? When you talk about storage facilities, I was privileged to travel to somewhere in Los Galis, in America, and I was taken to see how storage facilities are built. You know the stretch between Lagos and Ogun State? You will see storage facility like that, and it serves, Los Galis serves as a distribution point between Mexico and America. So this is what happens. All the produce that comes out from Los Galis, from Mexico, stops in Los Galis, right? And in Los Galis, they distribute to America. Now again, logistics, okay, which is one of the things that is eating deep. Yes, they have allocated budget. Oh, praise the Lord, we're happy. Congratulations to us. How are the funds going?
Yeah.
Inadequate infrastructure. We don't have these things. When are we even going to get out of it? I don't know. Are the budgets going round? Yes, government have tried to put some initiatives here and there, Anchor Borrower, presidential fertilizer, all those things, yeah? Are they going out? Are they being appropriately, distributed?
You know, you mentioned some of those facilities which you find abroad. One of the things that is applicable in some other climes is ranching. Farming is wide, right?
Yeah.
Ranching,
Cattle ranching.
Cattle ranching is part of it. Once upon a time, Nigeria's federal government, the predecessor of this current government, proposed something called Ruga. Do you remember?
Yeah.
It was turned.
It didn't fly. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was no substitute for that. What would you advocate though? So we don't just look into just farming and all of that, but branch out into other aspects of agriculture.
Agriculture is wide. You know, when we talk about agriculture, it's a very wide space. You understand? We have the agriculture itself. When you look at agriculture, it's generally, right? We talked about primary producing. We talked about distribution. We talked about processing. We talked about packaging. We talked about, yes, packaging, then distribution. Then we talked about market, off-takers.
So these are value chains.
Yeah, it's the value chain. Okay. Now, what are we doing to make things, to soften things for that sector so that all these things can flow as the value chain, as the name implies? You don't want to get from one point to the other point and then you're stuck there, you don't know what to do. Everything has to do with finance. And the biggest problem right now in the agricultural sector is that farmers are not accessing loan. That's really a big thing. Because you need to government is not giving inputs to farmers. You know, how many farmers have government given inputs to? Yes, they say they try, they do. But we have rooms for improvement. We need to do more. Nigerian government, I thank Nigerian government and I'm happy as a Nigerian to know that they are thinking about agriculture. But the problem is we're really not doing much the way we should do it. Because every day there is complaint. Today I talk to farmers, they will say one thing, tomorrow another thing, and all that. Yeah. There is high inflation because we are not producing. Even if we are producing, how much are we producing? We're not even able to, you're talking about international best practice. How can we even meet the international best practice? Right, you understand what I mean? Because some of these government policies that has crippled the agricultural sector is preventing the quality, quantity, and all that. How can people, the regulations, do you understand? I mean, my brother was leaving on Friday to Austria, and he had some food just for the family, bitter leaf and all that. And he was stopped at the airport for a very long time. Would almost miss his flight because he was going through what they call the checks. I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying. So government really needs to be sensitive. Government really needs to be futuristic thinking. Government needs to think sustainability, security, commitment. It is not only, you see, it's quite okay to come up one morning and say, this is where we want to go, right? But we need to be committed to what we say.
So commitment on whose part now?
On the part of government. Government needs to, this is a government, I mean, even though we say private sector, it's a government thing because the regulations and the policies comes from the government. Now, how can farmers, if there is no organization that rents, for instance, equipment, or if there's no government sector that rents tractors, which is another big thing, okay? Who is giving farmers the appropriate equipment that they need to enhance their production? Farmers have to go and buy them.
What you've done is just to open up a can of worms, right? And we're going to be taking a look at it one after the other. Yeah, really. Not too long ago, it was last week actually, it was International Day for Rural Female Farmers. Now, I was privy to one of the reports, and some of the things the women, I'm going to be reading out the adverse conditions they have to battle every day as women, female farmers in rural areas, and I'm going to need you to tackle them. You mentioned security. One of the things these rural female farmers talked about was herders destroying their farm produce. Do you think government is doing enough to quell that?
Okay. Now, when you say government doing things, today we didn't just start with herders destroying farms. That was the issue why they came up with Ruga. Because they wanted to curtail the situation. They wanted to stop it.
Stop them from moving from farm to farm.
Yes. Training. Yeah. So they are not. Government is okay. You said they came up with that and it stopped. Is there an alternative?
None.
Okay. We see how ranches are done outside of Nigeria.
But why did it stop? Because the state governments were not buying.
No, because the laws surrounding Ruga was too rigid. No state would have accepted that. No state would have accepted that. You know, so we're still back to where we are, or where we were. We're still back there. That's why the women are complaining, because you wanted to get the herders off the street, give them, to confine them to a place. But right now, there's nothing like that. So that means the herders and the cows are let loose. They're still on the street.
But the thing about herders is that nomads, what they do is to walk from place to place. So there used to be routes where you have these people, you know, go from north to east to south. But those routes have been taken over by buildings, by all sorts of things. But let's not dwell there, right? One of the other things these women complained about was land ownership. Let's talk about some of the social issues against women. For example, a number of women that flew from conflict in Mangu. Mangu is in Plateau State. They had to move to another local government, and they had to rent a farm just to survive. In fact, it's the man who gave them a farm to farm would have them work and pay them stipends, right? What would you say about allocating farmlands to women?
Well, it's still the same issue. Government is not looking at the agricultural space.
Is it a government thing?
Yes, it's government. It's community. It's local government. When you say government, it's not.
It's not just.
It's not like Aso Villa. We're talking about the people in charge.
How do they say it? Government is by the
people and for the people, and you understand.
Yeah,
so this is going. When we talk about government, we're not saying the people sitting at the presidential.
We are all government.
We're just you and I. We are government. Yes, you understand, because there's the president, there's the governors, and then there's the local governments. When you're talking about these women, are they not talking from a local government?
Rural areas, absolutely.
Who owns the lands? Who gives the lands? Why would a local government allow the female farmer in his community, his locality, to be sent away to another place where they would not go and enslave themselves to earn stipends?
You call that slavery?
Well, if they had their own farms and now the lands have been taken away from there and they end up, what would you call that?
So another thing you mentioned was mechanization, right? One of the things these women also talked about was lack of tractors. So they have to farm very large lands, but no equipment to help them. What would you advocate? Earlier on, you said this is not just a government thing. You also said the private sector should cash in.
It's not just a government thing. Tractor is one of the things that you use on the farm. If you want to produce largely, in large scale, you need tractors. I mean, you say a woman is producing, let's say, 10 hectares of land, and she has to employ people to clear the land, to till the ground. Come on. There is even, again, finance. Because if you employ labor, you have to pay. And how many laborers do you think you need for 10 hectares of land? It's not funny. So we need mechanization for us to be able to enhance productivity. If the government is not looking at that part, let even private sector do that. Because even farmers will be happy and glad to know that, okay, they can run to this organization that has the equipment and lease equipment. Because leasing is very important.
Oh, that's an alternative.
Leasing is important. So I'm saying to the people who are there every day saying that, where do I play in agriculture? What do I do in agriculture? Please go into mechanization, into equipment supply or leasing. Farmers come to me every day. I mean, there was a time I was, because sometimes I organize delegations to Germany for agricultural machinery event. And each time I go, I always get a list from farmers, and they will say to me, please look if you can find this one there. if you can find that. But China has made it even easier for us now. We now have all the small handheld equipment, which are not very expensive. So somebody, that can be a business for someone. Today we say, oh, what do we do in agriculture? We are lost. Yes, a lot of people are still lost in agriculture. In as much as we talk about agriculture. First of all, the insecurity. Again, it's not just about being lost. Again, for people who want to invest, there's insecurity. You just talked about the headers right now. That's for the people who are on the land. Because agriculture is not only about going to the land to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty. It doesn't end there at all. You have to be in the value chain. You have to play in the value chain. And again, the insecurity is what is stopping a lot of people. So how do we grow? How do we develop agriculture if insecurity is killing the system?
And then if there's no food, I mean, no nation.
And then there is no, well, the group I belong is no farmer, no nation. There is no food, there's no nation. Again, let us look at how we can sustain our agriculture. Because if we don't sustain agriculture, we will lose out in the world. Again, I was on a trip via Paris to Vienna, and I met a very old painter. Interesting, right? And then he was talking to me about the Ukraine and Russian war. I said, I'm from Nigeria. He said, wow, Africa, power. That's what he said to me. Oh, wow. And I said, what do you mean? I said, what do you mean? He said to me, because Africa will be the food hub of the world.
Well, that's some good prophecy.
You know, I was, like, I was a bit, like I was.
You held your head
like
high.
I blushed.
Yeah.
Do you understand? I mean, just knowing that I'm an African, that the world will come to Africa for food.
Yeah.
Now, how can the world come to Africa for food if we are not futuristic?
Yeah.
How? If we are not sustainable? How?
Yeah. You know, you talked about Zobo earlier.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, somebody brought me a gift outside the country. Guess what?
Zobo.
Packaged. It's, foreign tea.
Yeah.
Why can't we do stuff like that in Nigeria and then export?
Well, people are doing it. Right. I mean, if you go out there, you see the Zobo tea, you see the Zobo drink. People, I attended one food program, I think somewhere at Landmark, and I saw these beautiful packaged products. Like they could pass for international products. And as I was going back, looking at all the stands, I'm like, did you really produce this in Nigeria? Yes, we did. Okay, did you produce this in Nigeria? Yes, we did. Now, one thing I really would love is that the Nigerian government should make proper policies that will help people to be able to sell their products out of Nigeria. Now, do you know that almost everything is banned? Almost everything we produce in Nigeria is banned. Look at it. You understand what I'm saying? It's a sorry case sometimes when you look at this, that Nigeria, as big as a nation, we produce so much, we have so much land, we have so many farmers, we are producing, but we don't really meet the standard.
Yeah, but I'm not sure everything is banned.
No, I said almost. Yeah. I didn't say everything.
Yeah.
I said
we
almost everything.
People watch this show. So
yeah, I'm not saying everything is banned. That's why I said almost
right? Yeah,
everything. If you look at the list of items that are banned, you will feel sorry. You understand what I'm saying?
Which reminds me of what one of the guests I had said on this very show. He said Nigeria, as the giant of Africa, is poised to do cross-border transactions if Nigeria is able to produce what other neighboring countries want. Do you understand? So when you are strategic about exporting, producing goods that people need, then, I mean, you have a good market.
Yes, you have a good market. You have a good market, even currently. You just said somebody imported Zobo to Nigeria. Yeah. It's the same way that the Chinese will take Gari and go and produce it and bring it back to Nigeria.
Is it that a sorry case?
Yeah. It's the same way some other African country will produce yam and said it's from Nigeria. They export Nigerian yam and say it's produced in that country.
But let's talk about the attitude of Nigerians ourselves. The love for foreign goods. Would Nigerians patronize made in Nigeria goods?
We are patronizing made in Nigerian goods. I can tell you for sure, yes, I can eat rice somewhere in your house if it's foreign rice, because I can't complain if you give me a plate of rice in your house. But you see, the thing is, I won't eat foreign rice in my house.
Why?
Because it's produced in Nigeria. Although more expensive, but you know, I love to eat that fact, not just the rice, but the fact that this rice is produced in Nigeria.
That's like the Ofada rice.
Not the Ofada rice. Okay. Nigerian parboiled, polished rice. You understand what I'm saying? Right. I love to eat those things. Somebody was asking me last week, so why do you always love to eat this iru? You know this iru dawa dawa? I said because it's Nigerian.
Yeah,
I love it. It gives me the
it's
tasty. Gives me the flavor.
Absolutely.
You understand? We're producing a lot. We should actually patronize ourselves.
Absolutely.
You understand? Because the market is wide. Yes, Nigerian agriculture has topped the GDP of Nigeria. So we should be glad. I mean, if the world could see Africa as a food hub, it's coming.
It's coming, right?
Yes. Somebody sent me a link this morning from Chad about Russian President Putin talking about, he said, I don't need to go to war with France. I just need to liberate Africa. And that's what we need.
Oh, that's what Putin said?
So you can see that we have been in bondage, so we need to be liberated.
But do we really need liberation? I mean, I don't feel like I'm enslaved.
No, it's not you. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the countries itself.
Okay, well, that's another kettle of fish entirely.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Anyway.
Go ahead.
Yes, so as we wrap up now, right, one of the things you talked about, or you kept saying, was that farmers come to you. I was wondering, have they ever mentioned the lack of fertilizers or pesticides or herbicides?
Yeah, I said just now that government has put up certain initiatives, various initiatives to help farmers, right? Okay, that's fine. They have the Anchor Borera system, they have the presidential fertilizer, they have the, you know. Now the question is, where does the fertilizer go? How many farmers duly or truly receives this fertilizer? How many farmers?
So this is where transparency and accountability comes in.
Yes. You understand? Now we talk about that. Farmers are still even though there is presidential fertilizer scheme, why are farmers still complaining about fertilizers? You get what I mean? So we talked about that. Look at the Anchor Borera system that looked like a deliverance for Nigeria. Did it work? Is it working right now?
Well, some people actually benefited, right?
Well, yes, some people benefited.
Yeah,
you said some people, but a lot of people actually, or let's say some people too, took that money and used it for their own self, whatever.
Yeah, and you can't say a scheme
is national money.
Absolutely. You can't say a scheme is successful based on some people
Did you understand?
benefiting from it. Yeah, absolutely.
Some people, it's nothing.
It's not
So the population of Nigeria?
Over 200 million.
Some people? We're not doing well. So we need to be able to do that, produce enough to feed ourselves, produce enough to export, because we know that, again, the world is going to ask us for, food. So have we positioned ourselves for that? I was in France, late last year, and I went to a couple of shops, some of those grocery shops. I saw produce from different African countries. Guess who was not there?
Nigeria.
Nigeria was not there.
Uh-oh.
You see, they put it on the carton. Kenya,
Ghana,
Sudan, Ghana, and all that. But my dear, beautiful, lovely, wonderful, big country, it's not there. So,
what you just did was to make me flash back to what happened in 2019 when the borders were closed. Because then President Muhammadu Buhari said he wanted Nigerian farmers, people who farm rice, to have a market in Nigeria and not have all those other farmers bring their stuff into Nigeria. So these borders were closed. But one of the things an investigative journalist discovered was that people with monies would go and buy and then start selling them at very exorbitant. So let's talk about corruption, not just in government. And the mentality of Nigerians, as a nation, let's talk about that.
Well, the corruption is what we've been talking about. I just mentioned about some people grabbing the Anchor Borera's money and not spending it rightly, right? We talked about the access to finance. Who told you people don't access money? But they are not just the common farmers.
There are those that don't really need it.
They are portfolio farmers.
Portfolio, what's that? Portfolio farmers?
They are the big guys farmers. They assess the fund. How come they assess the fund and the farmers cannot assess the fund? Somebody was telling me that to grow an hectare of rice, you need 500,000 naira. Right? Now, you go to the bank and the bank is telling a farmer to bring 250,000 naira. Now, where is the farmer going to, answer the question. Where is the farmer going to get the 250,000? And the farmer has to cultivate 2 hectares.
What would you suggest be done in a situation like this?
Well,
for both sides not to lose.
Yeah, well, I think, again, there's this, I understand from the bank point of view, because if you're not bringing a collateral, you should at least make a contribution with what is called equity contribution, right? Now, but the thing is that the farmers, it's only in this Nigeria that I see that farmers are tempt poor.
Farming is big business, right?
No, the money is in the farm.
Okay.
Agriculture is the next petrodollars. And the people who play in this space, some of them still consider themselves as poor. Because every time you hear the word, we are poor farmers, farmers should not use that word because they have already confined their minds to being poor. So look, let me tell you, all over the world, farmers have voice. You know, I don't know how to explain
I
it.
know, right? And then there's something you said about the person you met when you were traveling who prophesied that, you know, Africa will be the next big thing when it comes to agriculture. Do you know that not too long ago, Nigeria used to be, I mean, very big when it comes to agriculture? I mean, agric was the mainstay of Nigeria's economy.
It was our baby.
It was.
And then,
oil came.
And we left the baby in the water to flow the baby away. And then suddenly, boom, we realized that we were supposed to get back. And that's where the problem is. Because for years, we've dwelled in oil and gas. We were almost drinking petrol. Now we come back to agriculture. Everybody's confined their minds to insurance, banking. You remember those days? You go to school, you come out, you want to go to the insurance, you want to go to bank, you want to go to all those, prestigious, agriculture was even seen as my mother's business, my parents' business, old people's business. You're not supposed to go into it. It's so dirty. I can't roll up my sleeves and all that. Yeah. But today, where is the bank? You go to the banking hall today, nobody's even sitting there. They just made 1 or 2 persons there.
I mean, AI is taking over artificial.
So now we have a big problem because the people who have come out from agriculture, from the oil sector and all that, now wants to get into agriculture and they are confused. They don't even know what to do. A lot of people don't know what to do. You hear people say, Bridget, what can I do? I want to do agriculture. In church the other day, somebody still came to me and said, what should I do? I want to do agriculture. You understand? A lot of people want to get to agriculture now because that is the next petrodollar. It's where the money is.
Next petrodollar. You know, what we've just done is to explain why it is important to fund agriculture.
It is very important. Right? That's why I said the budgetary allocation for me is a sign that we're doing some things in the right direction. But we also need to improve. We have to put these funds in the appropriate places. Make sure there's less import and more export. Make sure you clear all that table because all these bureaucracies and all these things surrounding export is what is killing us. Sometimes, I'm sorry to say that, sometimes I consider it as a mother who just had a child and decide to kill the child.
That sounds gruesome.
Yeah, it is. It sounds gruesome, but that's the point. Because you say we should diversify into agriculture. You say we should do agriculture. You are even allocating budget, but then the bureaucracies and the policies are killing the farmers.
I mean, so where do we go from
Where
there?
do we go? How do we?
You know, as we wrap up the show now, you've done so good, Bridget.
Thank you.
Yes, as we wrap up, in your position as an agribusiness consultant, seeing as so many of these farmers come to you, what will be your final thoughts as regards funding agriculture and diversifying Nigeria's economy so that the agricultural sector can begin to thrive again?
Now I say to farmers, in as much as farmers we consider ourselves as poor, in Nigeria, because that's what I hear all
so
the time.
So you said the mentality.
The mentality. We need to reorientate.
Absolutely.
Because we are not poor. In fact, government shouldn't make policies without a farmer sitting on the table.
So round pegs in round holes.
No policy should be made with regards to food and farming, agriculture or agribusiness without the farmers on the table. Okay? Because the farmers are the ones who are on the farm. They are the ones who till the ground. The ground listens to the farmers. You understand? If the farmers can say anything to their plants that they wish, and the plants will respond to them. I'm telling you, it's a bit more spiritual.
Wow. Really?
Yes. So for you to talk agriculture, agribusiness, or food production, you must have the farmers on the table. The reason we're still facing what we are facing is sometimes these policies are made without the farmers on the table. And farmers have to begin to see themselves as a god, because with no farmer, no food. No farmer, no nation. Farmers need to be educated. We talked about standards, yeah? How can we meet standards when we have inadequate infrastructure? No innovation. Because the farmers that we're looking, they are not even regulated. The standards are not regulated. How can you meet them? The standards are not enforced. How can you meet them? How can how can we have standards? Because even the farmer on the farm is using fertilizer the wrong way. No farm extensions. You understand? They are producing. Don't forget, the farmers also eat what they produce. So there has to be education. There has to be access to loan. There has to be storage facility. There has to be logistics. There has to be a lot, yeah?
I know, right? If we let you could go on and on. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Bridget. It was actually fun chatting with you.
Thank you so much.
I do hope that when we call on you again, you will be a part of the show.
We'll keep talking.
We'll keep talking. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have been speaking with Bridget Okonefuwa. She is the CEO, Lead Unique Ventures Limited. Bridget is also an agribusiness consultant, and she really has done justice to the topic today. If you had fun, why don't you keep a date with me again, same time, same station, as we continue to discuss issues on Business Insight. Until then, take care of you. I'm Vivian Uguche. Bye. Hello and welcome to Souk Exclusive. I am Blessing AG. Now, whenever you get to watch Souk Exclusive, you know that it has to be a very great personality that is in the studio, and there is an important issue to look at. It's not your regular show. It's just something extra, and that's why it's Souk Exclusive. Yeah, today we have someone who's doing advocacy in something that is quite new in this part of the world, and it's a bit controversial, but don't worry, when we get right into it, you understand why it's a bit controversial. I have Dr. Oyinkansola Jinodu, who is an entrepreneur. She's also an educationist. She educates people, maybe not within the four walls of a classroom, but she provides some form of education to people on very key issues of life. And she's also the founder and board chairperson of Honey Drops Foundation Africa. And they're doing something very, very wonderful this season for young adults. You get to know all of that. I do not want to let all the cats out of the bag yet, so that, yes, you can stay. Okay, welcome, Dr. Oyinkansola Jinodu.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blessing. Thanks for having me.
She calls me Miss Blessing.
makes me feel like we're in an office, but
well, I'm sorry, it's just okay. That's okay.
But it's good to have you. Oh, just Blessing.
Blessing, okay.
All right, and she's looking very beautiful. So when you see her, you think, is she a makeup artist? Is she a fashion designer? Well, she's a fashionista from what I see, but she's into the building of people. She's into helping young people find themselves and overcome certain traumas that they may have had to deal with in life. Now, we're looking at domestic violence today, but talking about domestic violence, it isn't a new topic. All over the world, there are advocacy against domestic violence, and it just so happens that oftentimes the victims of domestic violence are women or people of the female gender. That is not to say that men are not victims sometimes, but most times you find that women are victims of domestic violence. Let's talk about that.
So you're right. Thank you so much for having me once again. And you're not wrong to say I'm a lot of things. I'm what you call a multi-potentialite. I actually started my career as a makeup artist. So
okay.
And I ventured into several things. But the one thing that I know that God has led me to really be passionate about, even though I have never firsthand experienced it, is domestic abuse. And domestic abuse is something that doesn't become domestic abuse just at that point that it happens. It starts from way back. And that's where my organization, when we started out in 2016, we realized that this was a deep-seated issue beyond what we were seeing. That's beyond the fact that women were getting killed at an alarming rate, and a lot of families were being broken up at a very, very expedited rate. And I was wondering, like, why is nobody saying anything, or why is nobody doing anything about this? And this is in the diaspora. And I started to do some research and just did not even know what I was getting myself into at the time. However, it just happened that one event that I decided to do to raise awareness to domestic abuse became the flagship program that we used to establish the nonprofit. So domestic abuse is a global issue, first of all, but it's a human issue. It's not a gender-based issue. Yes, the UN has termed gender-based violence as an SDG, which is a sustainable development goal that we're trying to achieve in Africa. However, domestic abuse is a human issue, period, because it affects both men and women. And we decided to focus on the youth because we realized from research that if women are becoming abused and things are happening in adulthood, did it just start at that point? No, it did not. It started from when a kid was bullied in school. It started from when a kid was being a bully and nobody did anything to actually try to figure out how to correct the behavior early on, change their mindset, and on and on and on, and behavioral patterns that went on into adulthood. So we targeted the youth as our demographic audience to help educate them, elevate them from that negative norm that they've become accustomed to, and then empower them to think differently. Because when you take something away from a child, if you don't put something in their hands to replace what you've taken away,
they're going to cry.
You're creating a void, and they're going to cry. And when they cry, what do? They act out. They throw tantrums, just like adults. So we empower them with something we feel like would help them become more contributing members of society.
Okay, so you talked about caring for the young adults, having some form of empowerment for some of them who have been victims of domestic violence. But what are those things that could make a person a bully? Because it takes a bully to have domestic violence from childhood. What are some of the mistakes that parents make that turn kids into being bullies? Let's even look at the bully first before those they bully.
They bully, exactly. That's a really good question. So it's a psychological pattern, right? When kids are developing, we have two things that impact development. You know, during my master's program, I studied, well, I have a major in psychology. You know, there's the environmental factors, and there's the innate nature of a person. So we now begin to see that those two things come together to make a human being. So what things impact and actually allows a person to develop who they become? All of the things that contribute. So what are they exposed to? Who are they exposed to? What examples are they seeing? Children do more of what they see happen than what you tell them to do.
Yes.
Unfortunately so. And you know, a lot of kids and a lot of adults are very unaware of the fact that when you're in a home and in an environment where the parents are having arguments and fighting, and sometimes there's several actions being taken, those kids are looking at that and they're modeling it. And it's actually going into what we call their long-term residual memory, and it eventually forms who they become without them even actively wanting to be that person. You know, have you ever read or have you ever been a victim of, like, you see your parents and like, oh, I'm never gonna be like that, my mom, you know, I'm never, and then one day you wake up as a parent and you're like, oh my God,
you're exactly like them.
Like, no, I always wanted not to be this person. That is the human, that's just the way we all are, and that's the way it is for kids as well. So I'm not saying that every child that is a bully comes from a home that bullying is modeled, but they're exposed. And then when those behavioral patterns begin to show up, whether in the home, whether they picked it up in the home or not, when those patterns begin to show up, a lot of parents will excuse it away as like, oh, he's just being a child, or they will try to correct the behavior in an aggressive way, thereby reinforcing the aggression on that child. So it's a very weird dynamic, but usually it happens from when a child is born, and you know, you have nature versus nurture. The nature is the person, that's who they are, the genetics, and the nurturing is the environment, the influences, the experiences, the things that we allow them to watch, the things that we allow them to see. So yeah.
Okay, let's talk about nurture, because it takes a community or an entire village to raise someone. That's the belief in Africa. So a child is growing up in a home and begins to exhibit tendencies of a bully. Maybe in school it is observed, and then the teacher tells the parents, oh, this child is acting out, and there's certain things that he should or shouldn't be doing, especially when they're angry. But there's this thing between teachers and parents. They don't seem to agree a lot when it comes to how to raise children. It's either the parents are saying, oh, it's none of your business, it's my child. All you need to do is provide education, or you cannot discipline. So how do we handle nurturing of children?
That's a good question, because actually in the US, my career started out as an educator in the classroom, actually.
Oh.
I taught in the classroom for about 7 years.
So I was totally right when I said she's an educationist.
I taught in the classroom for about 7 years, and one of the things that I experienced there is what you're talking about. A lot of parents who come in and say, you know, my child is this, or my child is unable to do X, Y, Z. For me, having an African orientation, like you said, it takes a village. I'm like, no, that should not be the case. You and I should work together. However, as a parent, I'm a huge proponent of the fact that your child's education starts from the home, holistically, not just the academics, right? The academics is math, English, science, and all that good stuff. That does not make the human. Those are just skills that they acquire over time to do and be stuff in society. But the human himself, herself, has to be educated from the home. Work ethic, behavioral philosophies, principles, all those things, spiritual nature of that child, what they believe in, how they conduct themselves. It is a complete responsibility of the parents. Now, when it comes to interacting with educators, a lot of parents are extremely ignorant, and they just feel like they are, I don't know. And I tell a lot of parents, I'm like, you're just setting this child up to fail. And at the end of the day, when it gets to the end of the line, it's too late for you to correct it. So while you're fighting me as the enemy, like I'm coming against you and your child, you should be teaming up with me as your
partner,
helper, to help you. Because really, I can educate your child in isolation. Whether he learns or not, that's on, you know, it's okay, it's neither here nor there, and just ignore. But educators that really, really care, they would want to address the whole person, who they're becoming, and who they are in class and in school and at home. So a lot of parents should actually be more, like I tell my kids' teachers, I'm like, look, I know in America you're not allowed to whoop kids, but look, if you need my cell phone, just text me, and they know. I have 3 boys, I show up and I'm there. Like I've taken extreme measures, because you know, kids are kids, and I'm not one parent to say, oh, my kids are perfect. No, they're not. I've had to be in school with my kids, and I sit in the classroom, I'm like, okay, we're going to school together today. How you feel about that? If that's what we need to do, because I'm going to make sure that your teacher can do her job, his job. and I'll make sure I do my job. We do it together because we're not going to let you fail. That's the way it should be.
Okay, so now they've left the childhood stage. Now they become teenagers or young adults. There's this thing you talk about, or people are beginning to talk about, in regards to domestic violence, teen dating violence. When I opened the show, I talked about how controversial it is. Now, in this part of the word, you do not mention the word teen and dating. They're like two words that should not be in the same sentence, because it's assumed, oh, at the time you should focus on your education, focus on getting your life set, but not talking about dating. Many parents would not want to hear their 15-year-old, your 16-year-old is in a relationship. Not to talk about being abused in that relationship. So some teenagers, even when they encounter such, want to keep it to themselves because like, hush, hush, do not let mom hear it, not let dad hear. But we'll talk more about that after this quick break. Just stay tuned.
My name is Okole Chukwemeka Maxwell. Lagos is a center of excellence.
Orisumi Bariamuda. Yeah, Lagos has been so helpful to me and so have been so meaningful, a promising land indeed. So I've never been regrets being in Lagos.
My name is Femi. Lagos is the land of opportunity for me. I joined to Lagos a few years ago for work, and it's been leaps and bounds since then. I like the fact that it has opportunity for people to grow. If you are smart enough, you can get as high as you need to get to.
All right, many thanks for staying tuned to Sook Exclusive, and we'll still have Dr. Oyikonsola Jinodu in the studio. She is an entrepreneur, and she's also the founder, board chairperson, Honey Drops Foundation Africa, and she's here talking about domestic violence. And now we've gotten into teen dating violence. Ever heard of that before, where it's been a concept that handles the troubles, the violent troubles that teens encounter in their relationship? And before we went on that break, I did say that something like that is not much talked about in a place like Nigeria because of some cultural issues, how parents want to frown at their teens being in relationship, but it is a reality that a lot of teens are in relationship. So, Oyikonsola, talk to me about teen dating violence. How did we get to that part that a kind of concept has been carved out to handle violence in teen relationship? Isn't that like encouraging what should not be?
I think it's the reverse, because when you look at kids in school from when they're young, right, they're interacting with one another. And I mean, I guess given the evolution of humans, you see that puberty sets on earlier than we experienced it. Like we have kids at 9, even 8, getting at least starting puberty in a lot of cases. So now that means their brain, the chemistry in their brain, their body is evolving, is shifting. But let's leave that alone. Let's look at the results that we're getting. And if it's working so far, that's good. We can keep doing it. We have kids under 12 getting pregnant. We have 13-year-olds getting pregnant. Mothering children, actually, because they were pregnant, they didn't even know they were pregnant because they got engaged in sexual activity. Some of them were raped and abused, and they just woke up one day, saw things happening. They didn't even understand. All of a sudden, boom, they're having a baby. And so if this is what we're getting, how is that working out so far? Like how people will say, how markets? So if that's not working well, then let's begin to reverse the order of things to say, okay, let's look at it from a reverse direction. Abnormal norms are literally taking over. Everything in society now is, we live in an upside down world, literally, whether you want to accept it or not. But the sooner we accept that reality, especially in Nigeria, which is why I was so motivated to say, okay, I think this is a good time for me to come home and establish this and introduce this to our community. Teen dating is a reality. Whether Nigerians or Africans want to talk about it or not, it's happening at a very alarming rate, if I do say so myself. Given the level of poverty, which also instigates the high incidence of those relationships. Because when there is a high poverty rate in a nation, parents are put out there to hustle more to make ends meet. Kids are caught between the cracks of not being supervised at all times, or even left to fend for themselves. And how do they do that? They just take on whatever is thrown at them, whether it's right or wrong. They don't know, and then they accept it as the norm. Now, when we talk about the violent part of it, when we look at our society and the way things are done, kids in schools, they go through bullying and all these things. It's like, you know, even you look at all these, what do they call them? You know, all these cliques and girls against girls, and you know, social media. It's cool for you to use certain words on yourselves and insult each other and talk to each other in a very downgraded way. And it's normal. Now they get in these relationships with these so-called boys and girls, and it's like the things that the boys have seen modeled to them as, that's the way a man is, you're masculine. If she talks to you anyhow, give her a slap, that kind of thing. And then to the females, it's like, sometimes they are on the giving end as well. Because now it's like, I can't take any rubbish from any man. That's the way I've seen my parents, you know, and then they want to repeat that. So now violence is coming from left and right. Both the male and the female are perpetuating it. Unfortunately, both the male and the female are also receiving it. And the ones that are on the receiving end, unfortunately, take it as normal. Oh, he hit me. Oh, he loves me. He didn't mean to. He loves me so much. That's the way, you know, a man shows that he loves you, you know, when I get out of line. And I've even heard it say, oh, some females, if you don't hit them, they don't feel like you're man enough, you're strong enough. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Very negative theories.
Exactly, abnormal norms. Or he's so possessive, he's very jealous. Oh, you know, he talks down at me. He says certain things to me. He calls me out of my name. That means he cares. No, he does not. That's not love. And if, you know, those things we really need to educate. And that's where we come in, because it's happening right in front of us. So whether we choose to address, it's like saying whether the government chooses to address global warming or not, it is happening right before our eyes. And if we don't step in and try to at least prevent it, or at least change the cycle for those kids, we're just going to end up with more of the same. Domestic violence victims, we're going to end up with more of the same. Fathers being taken out of homes and put in jails, and now we have single parent homes. We have broken families, even if they're not single parent homes. Now we have this dysfunction being repeated over and over and over. But it doesn't just start from when they get into adulthood. It doesn't just start from when a man and a woman gets married. It starts from when that young boy, that young girl starts doing or understanding certain ways and accepting it, or being certain things that society is like, oh, it's normal. Or it might not be normal, but nobody's really paying attention. And it's like they say, when you know better,
you do better.
You do better.
Okay, so it's like that's the basis upon which domestic violence thrives. From teen dating, it's seen like, oh, this is the way relationship is run. You can abuse me, I can abuse you. It depends on who has the power enough to be the abuser.
There you go.
So
I love it. I love it. That is it. It depends on who has the power enough
to be the abuser. So
exactly.
Once they get into marriage, it becomes like a normal thing. So addressing domestic violence seemed like, let's get to the root of the matter first, where it first starts to show itself, which is teen dating. But for your foundation, taking this up as a key issue, as the reception like when you put teens together, when you get into schools and you say, we want to talk to your teens about this, we want to educate them and even find out those who have been victims, how we can help them. What's the reception like?
So for me, I guess being an educator, I taught middle schoolers, teenagers, that very interesting age where they're confused and they're like nice to you one day, they're horrible to you the next day, and they don't know who they are, and then you see them 2 years later, they're so wonderful, and I'm like, where was this child when you were in my classroom? But that's such a critical age. But the thing I've found is being able to meet kids where they're at. So I've had to, in developing our curriculum, I've had to learn a lot of teen language.
Okay.
I've had to learn a lot of ways to communicate with children, with young adults, to be able to get on their level. I put a lot of effort into my parents, because when I show up, they're like, oh, we like, kids, girls, they automatically just gravitate towards me. It's like they like something about me. It's either they like my hair, my this, my that. Then the conversation starts. And then of course the boys, like just being a boy mom, I'm like, I know, not perfectly, but I learn how to relate to boys and try to just get them comfortable around me and just talk to them. And that's really it. Kids, honestly, we don't give them enough credit. And it's not a conversation we have where we're like talking at them. This is what you need to do. No, it's a conversation like, tell me, what's your experience been like? How many people have boyfriends here? Tell me, don't lie. Let's talk about it. How did your boyfriend toast you? You start those conversations like this.
To get into them.
You warm up to them, you get them to open up and they start talking. Next thing, you just start asking all these probing questions where they don't feel invaded, but they also know that, this is something they will talk about with their friends and their girlfriends, and they're like, they feel comfortable. So that's how we model it. It's such an interactive session and the kids love it. They open up, and then by the time it's done, you find out that it's an alarming data. At least 3 in 4 would have experienced.
3 in 4.
Yes.
That's huge.
Yes, that's 90%.
Wow.
Would have experienced some type of violence, whether it's emotional, because it's not just physical, right? Whether it's emotional, which they don't even know that's a thing, whether it's verbal,
they think is normal, but the effect is not normal.
Thank you. Yeah, and then it's like you start to see that they've experienced it, and it's an alarming statistics, and you start breaking it down to them. There's verbal, and when you explain what verbal is, they're like, oh, I didn't even know. Or there's emotional. When you start explaining, and then when we get into the point where we talk about the 8 cycles of abuse, the grooming part, the part where, all those things, the isolation, they start connecting the dots. Oh, that's why he doesn't want me to be friends with these people.
Or she doesn't want
me around these people, because around those people, they can easily identify and get you help and get you out of that situation. So we show them all those things, and all of a sudden the light bulb comes on. And now we have kids who are enlightened, who are empowered. And then what we go on to do is we now offer to help them become peer advocates.
Okay.
Because that's really the goal. Each one teach one. What you've learned here today. We do a check for understanding, and we do, we check for understanding, and we also do like an evaluation at the end. What are the top 3 things you learned? That makes you a peer advocate. Now go out there. If you see something, say something. If you see someone this, speak up, and this. So we empower them to be their peer advocates. And that's really the movement we're creating in schools, that we see that will work. I don't really know how quickly it will catch on, but the work is ongoing. It will be ongoing, of course.
So it's very possible for one to be abused and not know they're being abused until it gets to a level where the toxicity they get from the relationship is overwhelming. All right, so for the events you'll be having tomorrow, what is going to be like? What shape will it take, and what's the objective beyond just talking to kids? Are there some other aspects?
Oh yes, so we're having our very first Honey Drops Foundation Teen Dating Violence Awareness Conference. We've had it in the US for 2 years, and bringing it home to Africa. Basically, it's a very full program. We have some entertainment locked in there.
Okay.
But we need to entertain these kids. Trust me, you can't go sit down and talk to kids all day expecting them to listen. I don't know if you know Vanessa Jones. She's a Kid Wonder R&B artist who's going to be our youth ambassador here.
Okay.
So she'll be performing. She actually wrote a song I'll send it to you, really nice.
Okay.
She did a really nice soundtrack for us for this program that we will use as we go on as well. So of course we have a program. We have it broken down into segments. We're going to talk a little bit about finance. We're going to talk a little bit about education.
Interesting.
That's the empowerment portion of it.
Finance for teens.
It's not just heavy teen dating. We start off with that, then we say, okay, now you know this. This is what you do. We give them tools, we give them strategies. Then we just throw in a bit of empowerment. We have limited time to do this, but the goal holistically is to establish what Honey Drops Foundation is doing in Africa is establishing our program here for our youth, the Teen Dating Violence Program, which includes empowerment, elevation, and education, and also establishing a new program that we know is needed here.
Okay.
Because we have several programs and we just don't want to throw everything here due to understanding the cultural needs of every society. So we're going to be developing female youth leaders. That's it, specifically female youth leaders, because there's a gap in really empowering and getting these young girls, young females ready for taking up high-level positions in life. We will be very selective in that particular program. We will be working specifically with college-age young women, and we will be very targeted in how we make our selection and the people that we put through that program, because it's a year-long program where they get to experience mentorship, they get scholarships, they get to receive a lot of hands-on training from C-suite executives, philanthropic CEOs like myself, founders of industry and things like that.
So it's going to be a wonderful one, a complete package. I like the fact that you're going to add finance to it, because that's something that is often lacking in conferences of such nature. But for those who they know about Honey Drops Foundation and are wondering, and now that they know, how can they be part of it? If they can't be part of tomorrow's event, how can they help your teenagers, maybe parents, maybe schools? What's the way to connect?
Amazing. We're rounding up real quick. honeydropsfoundation.org, at Honey Drops Foundation, social media. Those are our handles, at Honey Drops Foundation, and honeydropsfoundation.org is our website. We need donors, we need volunteers, we need people who want to just support. We're working with local governments, state governments, and federal. We're starting from Mushin local government, and we're going to cover every local government in Lagos State, and we're going to spread to every state in Nigeria eventually, federal, and then key cities in Africa. That's the strategy. So if you want to be part of this, honeydropsfoundation.org, at Honey Drops Foundation is our social media handle. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yukinsola Ajinodu, for being in our studio today and talking extensively about domestic violence and teen dating violence. All right, the mystery has been unveiled. We've told you all about teen dating violence. Now you know if you've got a teen, because here at Sook News, our core basically is about business, economy, and development. And you cannot develop a people without being conscious of their mental well-being, their physical well-being, their social well-being. So attending to them at this stage sounds like catch them young, so they develop as a whole human being. No part is in peace, but everything comes together and that person becomes a whole human being that can function rightly and encourage and make the pace of development in Nigeria and Africa faster. Again, thank you for being on the show.
Thank you, Sook News.
I am Blessing AJ. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to Souk Exclusive. I am Blessing AG. Now, whenever you get to watch Souk Exclusive, you know that it has to be a very great personality that is in the studio, and there is an important issue to look at. Is not your...
Greeting, I'm bring come give una like this. As we don't go read that news finish, you don't tell una say, will they come on top cocoa? So come talk the matter. Put mouth inside and take feed. My name is Andres. So only me day here. My very correct person today here.
Our people, una do.
See the way you first carry this with me. I just say you won't tell me side fine.
But you know, say you finish work. You finish work.
Okay, now welcome, how body?
You there inside Cloto? You want to see him?
No, I don't need to see him. Okay. I don't need to see him. You know, say nobody else here. Make you help us tell the correct person who will get.
You know, say if hunter go bush, go kill animal. If you too big, go call community people. They come follow you, carry out. See what you. Our people. Oh my, just wait. The person we follow us come studio today. Now the Oga of people they here. Abemuna follow me. Welcome our Oga, our number one, Oga Victor Walsh. This is now very ogbonge development consultant. You don't hear that kind of word before. Person we don't travel, Bodo Yibo, they tell us say stay one place. Or you be our consultant. Oga, you are welcome for Cocoyam.
Because the way you are travel, Bodo Yibo. Anyway, my people, my name is Victor Walsh. I'm your brother and co-traveler for this Ogbonge program where they call
Cocoyam.
Make we yarn the thing as it be.
Cocoyam.
Alright, make we no waste time now. Papa, make we enter inside the tool. The first one we want to talk about, we will pick from that news. And what way Presido talk? Presido plenty. Our correct Presido talk.
The only one day.
The one for our country. So this our correct Presido talk say, this student loan matter, what we don't carry go back, we're supposed to start for September. They don't carry and go January 2024. Either you like them or you don't like them, then we'll begin to discuss the law. How you see this matter?
We're supposed to first clap. But as clap say
No,
fact.
no, I don't clap.
Before you say when you clap, you know say you don't release 18 billion to soldiers we buy for war front.
The man they try.
Okay, good.
But make we leave
so
matter,
if you don't say you be student I know say to go school they had you somehow, and you know this loan. Begin arrange your papers to apply for January.
So maybe we can carry the matter on meet Oga Wash.
Okay, I think it's a good thing. Make us say a good thing. Say finally, after many years, we don't talk about this student. Finally, we now have a government. We get human face. I mean, we get person face.
So, if you hold.
Where they think. Where they are accountable to the people. We consider as a good thing for us to have that student loan. But my concern is say, I don't do one press release sometimes ago, about 3 weeks ago, say, make government not give the student the money.
Who they go give
I don't want to use that if you don't give them.
Make they pay the money straight to the school.
So get money no dey inside.
So make people submit your document. Make government get department or office within the school or university authority where you go submit all your credentials, everything. And when you submit them, they go review your credentials. They review your credentials and you pass, say you pass everything. And they go check, say true.
You there for school.
You there for school.
And
Don't say you there for school.
You need the money.
Say you need the money. Make they check the phone where you carry go there. Make they check the hair where you wear. Make they check your earring.
No,
check. That's true.
So if I do them, they might only come buy phone, dash me.
You know, Victor say you want student loan. And you go there with iPhone 5, iPhone 15, iPhone 14. You know, Victor say you want student loan. And they use smartwatch.
You want student loan.
And the ogbonge chain wey you wear and the earring na baba.
Try.
You want student loan, but the hair wey you plan for your head na jagaban. So government need to check true. Say these people. No, na your head. Don't be your okay. Na your head. Okay, don't be your head when they talk. So we say make government check true. Say the person wey dey apply for student loan, are they qualified? Because we live in a system where we say money dey, but the whole say money not dey. So they say how you dey say that's why when they cause of people you dey fear to act like say I hope you are fine. Because that question get better. Well, I don't fine you. I never want to talk since yesterday. I dey die. So you need to check. That is the procedure the government should go. Make them not give the money to the student directly. If not, people are bound to abuse the process.
We get good day. So now don't hear them. Government, I beg. Una carry the money, give directly to the bursary where they collect student school fees.
Don't be the account. Once they should have a department in all the universities, colleges of education or polytechnic that is responsible for reviews of their credentials. And apart from the review of the credentials, the school should also take a step further to check if they truly need that money. Because the person who they apply, he get millions for your account. Or you get very solid transaction in the account. Person who need money for student, I bet you if you not get, it's not supposed to get up to 10,000 naira for account.
Try. And students, hope we don't say we not go pay this money back.
One, the way it talking like this, I don't know. Some people fit or they try they do small work so they pay like 30,000.
Then the person not they suffer.
30,000.
Listen.
Person
where they do small work. People like person who get up, where say he want go Bodo Ibo. He say he hungry. He want Jakpa go Bodo Ibo. Say he not get money. Agree. But he get money to buy ticket over 1 million naira. He get money to arrange for document, pay consultant, pay for school fees, pay for everybody, pay for everything. I say Nigeria dey back. Where you forget the money? Person wey not get money, no go travel out in the first place. To even travel from Enugu come Abuja, you no go get the money. Or from Enugu come Lagos, you no go get the money.
Wetin me I want make we dey look is a category deal.
Category.
We get money, we no get money. Category of money dey. Some people not be say at all na bad pass. Not be say they no get at all. But you no reach that level wey go fit help them even people school.
Okay. If you know say
how much you go money for the school fees?
Some people like this school where they collect 70,000 60,000, school where they collect 80,000, school where they collect 100,000. Na different amount. They are na federal, they are na state. Na different amount they collect.
But the way they use, na 200,000.
They want it to be gift.
Na 400,000.
Another big why the thing
Government
say.
need to check, sha.
I agree.
Another big why the thing is say. Person wey wan go school where they pay 5 million, 10 million, no suppose apply for this kind loan.
No, that one.
If you dey go this kind private university where if the school fee hit you like this, he go
That's
hit
why
you.
I say, make government check the process very well. E get something wey happen for my village. I say I wan give scholarship for school fees for WAEC. So they come generate the list. They send the list to me. I say, oh, this is wonderful. Oh my God, they say, maybe check this list very well now. But I will see, check the list. We see some people will not pass 8 years old, 6 years old, 12 years old. And they won't write why.
Then they invest for future.
And they won't write why. In fact, the one will be 8 years old. The mama get my number, come call me, say, my pikin need to do this exam. My dad did not forget to the poor prayer for my body. I accept all the prayer. I say, oh, but this money no get that. Now, so we can cancel that project we want. So, in all sincerity, when that's when you have those that are sincere, we have those people that are dubious. They have negative intention. Like the money where government they give, say 30,000 naira. What they call it? That by no, social intervention, no palliative.
Carry whole body.
We government they give there during war time. Say ADC. If you notice that time, some people will apply for that Empower money that time. I've been fortunate to be part of certain group. Then we say, but I will check some of them. You go see transaction when they enter the account well. But they ask for palliative of is it 15,000 naira?
Where them go allow people no get at all collect. You see how? Well, that's so likely. Okay, well, you don't do justice on top this matter. You don't come out. Wait till me, I want to see. Government making a put people where go they go. Even now that school pattern I want use. People where go they go the school to go check.
Who you call the points now?
People who are the points, you know, sir. You know what?
No,
Then when they go check those schools, they sure say, okay, this school true that they give the students. Not say they will come fill name. Then go write something, put name in this so level, and a lie. They are not their family or they themselves. Nine they say, Philip, we don't want that come out. This level where we dey like this, where this country do, things must be transparent. Now so it could be. All right, I feel so make we go on break, papa like this. Why we go come back now? You know, get.
We don't reach there.
We don't reach.
We don't reach the break.
My people make we go when we come back.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule, it's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souk Enlightenment.
All right, my people, now welcome back on top of the show. Coco Yans. Now here with the day, they can't chook mouth for matter as it is. All people don't come up for news. Now here, now next. If matter will want chook mouth now, let's make a leave for chooks. Your mouth go dey, it go strong where to take talk this one. Bless say the thing won't pass me.
That's why they take person for trouble.
Waiting
we want yarn now be say Ghana, this our Ghana where they here. Them and South Africa, they don't agree say anybody will come from this side as long as say you get clean passport.
They know you declare anybody will come from this side.
Anybody will come from this side, Ghana, will come from that side, South Africa. As long as say you get clean passport, don't be Oluwole. So you fit enter anybody. So if you come South Africa or if you go Ghana, spend 90 days. My people. If you come my country, their country, spend 90 days. Me no collect visa, come. Just carry your money, chook for pocket, enter plane, come. Nothing do you. But after 90 days, say you go get the visa. Now we come look and say, Obodo Nigeria. May we too see who go first get it, US or UK? Okay, sorry, no vex. My mind don't reach there already. I don't pack my bag. Ghana, okay. I go use like go Ghana now.
So na South Africa now you won't go like this. How do you see this matter when you carry come? They don't open road, say okay, for 90 days.
They here, come.
We will dey here now. We not say we too will like no we explore our country people will like for the waka.
No, we are wakaring. We are very good wakaras.
Let them give this to this kind of opportunity.
Country get their reasons, and before country will reach visa waiver agreement, they will don't do plenty, and the country also will don't check their risk. The country will don't check how their people will travel. In terms of travel, you know, we compare Ghana with Nigeria. Ghana is like a Lagos.
They're small.
It's an insult for anyone. Maybe they openly compare Nigeria with Ghana. It's insult.
We need to compare.
May
they just open the door.
No, wait. Make not do that comparison. There's no comparison. People, the Ghana government, the Ghanaian people, they know it. You know, we're always fond of magnifying Ghana as if it's one country like that.
Ghana. Whether we like it or not, we know say we'll be giant of Africa.
So we are not giant of Africa for mouth. In no ramification, there's no comparison. We do respect to the Ghana as a country.
Okay, what about Ghana
the
jollof?
The waiver. Me, I like the Ghana jollof. Not that one.
If you compare that one.
No, I like that one because I don't taste the both food. And Ghana get this special rice. They get this special rice. Their rice is good for that jollof. Because for you to eat that jollof, you need a particular type of rice that goes with it. If you don't use that particular type of rice, you will not get that taste of jollof. Okay, that one is a different topic. So I see nothing special in the visa waiver. Nigerians are well traveled. And I think South Africa will take a big risk. Any country, it's going to be a big risk for them to say, let me open the floodgate of visa
for Nigeria.
For Nigeria. But at the same time, it's not really an issue because look at Kigali. It's a no visa country. It's a free visa country. Are we flooded there? Nothing.
You thought say this man try to travel. You see, now English he just they blow for us.
As a call Kigali,
look at Rwanda.
Kigali,
Rwanda. Look at Rwanda. It's a visa-free country. Kenya is a visa-free country, but we only go there where we want to go do something. You know, we say visa company, visa-free. We say we just go there. You go just relocate to one country. No, even the Ghanaian way they do it, they will go their base. Or where they want to go, you know the money where they take buy tickets. First, we not chop the food, no, just buy tickets. Say you want travel. Because you buy the ticket, you also need to live there. And if you're a Ghanaian and you find yourself there, you can't just Because now South Africa, you know, if you claim say you want just one state, you can't survive in that country except you are working.
Or you get money.
Yeah, or you get money. Now that money, after I explain that, you go back to your country. So the South African gets system in place. You say, even though you jump from heaven, you find yourself inside South African territory. You must follow that process for you to stay. So for Nigeria, South Africa can have such agreement with us. Okay, visa on arrival. I don't think anything extraordinary will change. But I know say some people go there, maybe say they go want to take advantage of the process. They go enter the country, they're not going to come back. Other than hunger, we send them back to Nigeria or they will involve in criminality. So it's a good thing, and I don't see. It's not impossible for Nigeria to have such a relationship because it's Africa. Let me round up with this thing.
No, before you go round up, I want to add this one. I still the same story. It's like we talk together. Okay, so now still the same story, the same Ghana. They still sign waiver with some countries.
You don't begin go there again. Leave that one. Oga will talk as they consign us. This bag will pack.
You won't fly.
This bag must move. Oga.
Who Ghana too?
No, Ghana can. Hey, Oga.
Okay, so
why they need the Greek give us visa? We will start from South Africa first. They go say pay this money to talk. Say you go come back before you collect your money. We don't even talk UK. We don't talk US. Why didn't the Greek give us visa? What thing we do then?
Which people they give?
UK. Well, the people plenty people they all say deny.
Maybe make we talk about
I say that one not be true.
Deny.
That one not be true. Every country gets law and their regulations. The way they take they give visa. I get many things where they consider where they give visa. They no say this law, na Nigerian law. Though some countries they do and now say they target us. They make it make and they popori before you get the visa. So you go sweat. But if you say you won't go that country, go do genuine visit or genuine work. First we get up, we say they go Sweden for vacation. Which vacation won't go do for inside matter?
Ghana, their vacation now no be your vacation.
Na their vacation, but they no say the intention, not the genuine. They no say everywhere na ice block.
You dey touchlight person intention.
Everybody, if I fit touchlight your intention now. My country na ice block full here. You say you want to go do vacation for my country.
They just want to get experience.
We never see
ice block.
We never see ice block.
Inside your visa now.
Oga, we never see ice block in my village before. Where we just see ice block.
Okay, maybe they serious. Not be saying that they target us indirectly, but at the same time they target us. I tell people where you want travel, say anytime where you want travel, make sure say you get purpose. Your papa not come from you will say you want Japan. Which country you want go?
I never make up my mind.
Okay, let's say you want go UK. Your papa not come from America, London. Your sister, none of your family be British. And the next you not count your cost. The next you carry your
Protomato.
Your Protomato. You land for UK. You say you want to start the work. That's what they do.
People will go now, so they go.
That the thing where they spoil the record with that. That the way they make it difficult for you and other people they apply for visa with that. Because when you go there, they go give you form make you fill. Inside that form where they go say, what be your papa name? What be your mama name? What be your sister name? You not go know. You go they fill all those information. And when you now go there, and the now for say you not come back again, and maybe you come born, you can't say make your mama go do a move work. You now tell your mama say make you go America. Your mama go reach America and say, I want to America back to go meet my. If you say that my daughter, they don't check and say, your daughter did America. Now for the left, your man don't get the paper. Possibility they say it will affect all your family members. If they can link the two of them together, me say your sister not go, your mother not they go. That's why you find that say some tribe they get this away. Or I don't go know. Everybody say no, they talk this. Some tribe they will they get this away for this.
Why?
Talk. The tribe they say just the way I do talk now. The tribe some tribe they do talk. When they go, then they come back.
But when they talk there.
You get me?
That is.
Make I give you an example. Me, I don't get photo. I don't get luck. I don't reach country without they go 50. And as I don't do my waka, do my journey, waka reach. I never see somebody who come from the north where they do hustle for Obodo Igbo. or they drive taxi. They be there, but they small. I need the idea at all, maybe they grew up in Lagos. So what they don't say people wait there up there. If they go school, then they come back home Nigeria.
So they're going to give them visa.
Hey!
Because they don't say no go wrong, they will come back home.
As you be Chukudi now, they don't say if you reach there, you will carry your brother,
Importer,
everybody
exporter.
Everybody na your sister. Everybody na your brother. Say, even though you want to sit down for there, they will tell you, say, yo, that's what they do for you. So you not sit down. That sit down where you want to sit down for there, then they spoil you for others. So if you get your paper well, you arrange your paper well, and you apply for visa, you follow the laid down rule, you honor the visa, you go, they give you, you go, you come back, you go, you come back. Any other country will give you visa.
You don't hear
You don't need to pay any agent. The process, na genuine process. I get money for my account as a business person. I get money for my account as a salary earner. Or I get person wey meet and they travel for this vacation. Or I get the reason why they go. Your purpose must be clear and sincere. Now we take our hand and do ourselves.
Okay.
The thing wey happen for Dubai now, for no happen for Dubai. So we go see people wey will get visa. Some of our women wey will get visa go Dubai, say they won't go for visiting. Say they won't go buy something.
Yes,
they will be there for 2 months. They will use 2.5 months. They do the other body market.
Buy clothes.
Money what they do for there, they take and buy it, come here. Some they go there, when they reach there, they don't come back again. They will involve in some other things. So they don't say wahala day, they cause wahala for ground. So that's why some country will not sit down and say, this is how we want to deal with it.
Okay.
You don't hear, sure you go think and wait if you still want.
No, when in they go out, carry my bag full up.
I don't carry it anywhere.
No, you go say what I mean to back, wait until I give me take a back. I said we do travel.
How you take no?
You don't know. How my people now so the water. You go give her the water.
And the soap.
Me I still dey think, I go ask for that water. Make us still dey think. My people now so we go take into our mouth like this, we close them together because we don't try on top. Cocoa yarn for today. We want to thank our guests again. Say thank you. As they travel, they go. This kind of message where they carry, wait tell us today. Continue to carry out. Tell all of these people. Say, make them know say Naija will not be that people. Will be correct people. And make them open door for us. Make them open door for us so that we go feel they go in and they come outside. Until tomorrow we go come on our way again on top Cocoa yarn. My name never change. I remain Grace Common. Tell your people bye-bye.
My people, Ronaldo.
You can enter already. We'll go see you now. Bye.
Show. It's just something extra, and that's why it's Souk exclusive. Yeah, today we have someone who's doing advocacy in something that is quite new in this part of the world, and it's a bit controversial, but don't worry, when we get right into it, you understand why it's a bit controversial. I have Dr. Oyinkansola Jinodu, who is an entrepreneur. She's also an educationist. She educates people, maybe not within the 4 walls of a classroom, but she provides some form of education to people on very key issues of life. And she's also the founder and board chairperson of Honey Drops Foundation Africa. And they're doing something very, very wonderful this season for young adults. You get to know all of that. I do not want to let all the cats out of the bag yet, so that, yes, you can stay. Okay, welcome, Dr. Oyinkansola Jinodu.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blessing. Thanks for having me.
She calls me Miss Blessing. Makes me feel like we're in an office, but...
Oh, well, I'm sorry, it's okay. That's okay.
But it's good to have you. Oh, just Blessing.
Blessing? Okay.
All right, and she's looking very beautiful. So when you see her, you think, is she a makeup artist? Is she a fashion designer? Well, she's a fashionista from what I see, but she's into the building of people. She's into helping young people find themselves and overcome certain traumas that they may have had to deal with in life. Now, we're looking at domestic violence today, but talking about domestic violence, it isn't a new topic. All over the world, there are advocacy against domestic violence, and it just so happens that oftentimes the victims of domestic violence are women or people of the female gender. That is not to say that men are not victims sometimes, but most times you find that women are victims of domestic violence. Let's talk about that.
So you're right. Thank you so much for having me once again. And you're not wrong to say I'm a lot of things. I'm what you call a multi-potentialite. I actually started my career as a makeup artist. So
okay.
And I ventured into several things. But the one thing that I know that God has led me to really be passionate about, even though I have never firsthand experienced it, is domestic abuse. And domestic abuse is something that doesn't become domestic abuse just at that point that it happens. It starts from way back. And that's where my organization, when we started out in 2016, we realized that this was a deep-seated issue beyond what we were seeing. That's beyond the fact that women were getting killed at an alarming rate, and a lot of families were being broken up at a very, very expedited rate. And I was wondering, like, why is nobody saying anything, or why is nobody doing anything about this? And this is in the diaspora. And I started to do some research and just did not even know what I was getting myself into at the time. However, it just happened that one event that I decided to do to raise awareness to domestic abuse became the flagship program that we used to establish the nonprofit. So domestic abuse is a global issue, first of all, but it's a human issue. It's not a gender-based issue. Yes, the UN has termed gender-based violence as an SDG, which is a sustainable development goal that we're trying to achieve in Africa. However, domestic abuse is a human issue, period, because it affects both men and women. And we decided to focus on the youth because we realized from research that if women are becoming abused and things are happening in adulthood, did it just start at that point? No, it did not. It started from when a kid was bullied in school. It started from when a kid was being a bully and nobody did anything to actually try to figure out how to correct the behavior early on, change their mindset, and on and on and on, and behavioral patterns that went on into adulthood. So we targeted the youth as our demographic audience to help educate them, elevate them from that negative norm that they've become accustomed to, and then empower them to think differently. Because when you take something away from a child, if you don't put something in their hands to replace what you've taken away,
they're going to cry.
You're creating a void, and they're going to cry. And when they cry, what do? They act out. They throw tantrums, just like adults. So we empower them with something we feel like would help them become more contributing members of society.
Okay, so you talked about caring for the young adults, having some form of empowerment for some of them who have been victims of domestic violence. But what are those things that could make a person a bully? Because it takes a bully to have domestic violence from childhood. What are some of the mistakes that parents make that turn kids into being bullies? Let's even look at the bully first before those they bully.
They bully, exactly. That's a really good question. So it's a psychological pattern, right? When kids are developing, we have two things that impact development. You know, during my master's program, I studied, well, I have a major in psychology. You know, there's the environmental factors, and there's the innate nature of a person. So we now begin to see that those two things come together to make a human being. So what things impact and actually allows a person to develop who they become? All of the things that contribute. So what are they exposed to? Who are they exposed to? What examples are they seeing? Children do more of what they see happen than what you tell them to do.
Yes.
Unfortunately so. And you know, a lot of kids and a lot of adults are very unaware of the fact that when you're in a home and in an environment where the parents are having arguments and fighting, and sometimes there's several actions being taken. Those kids are looking at that and they're modeling it. And it's actually going into what we call their long-term residual memory, and it eventually forms who they become without them even actively wanting to be that person. You know, have you ever heard, or have you ever been a victim of, like, you see your parents and like, oh, I'm never gonna be like that. My mom, you know, I'm never. And then one day you wake up as a parent and you're like, oh my God,
you're exactly like them.
Like, no, I always wanted not to be this person. That is the human. That's just the way we all are, and that's the way it is for kids as well. So I'm not saying that every child that is a bully comes from a home that bullying is modeled, but they're exposed. And then when those behavioral patterns begin to show up, whether in the home, whether they picked it up in the home or not, when those patterns begin to show up, a lot of parents will excuse it away as like, oh, he's just being a child, or they will try to correct the behavior in an aggressive way, thereby reinforcing the aggression on that child. So it's a very weird dynamic, but usually it happens from when a child is born, and you know, you have nature versus nurture. The nature is the person, that's who they are, the genetics, and the nurturing is the environment, the influences, the experiences, the things that we allow them to watch, the things that we allow them to see. So yeah.
Okay, let's talk about nurture. Because it takes a community or an entire village to raise someone. That's the belief in Africa. So a child is growing up in a home and begins to exhibit tendencies of a bully. Maybe in school it is observed, and then the teacher tells the parents, oh, this child is acting out, and there's certain things that he should or shouldn't be doing, especially when they're angry. But there's this thing between teachers and parents. They don't seem to agree a lot when it comes to how to raise children. It's either the parents are saying, oh, it's none of your business, it's my child. All you need to do is provide education, or you cannot discipline. So how do we handle nurturing of children?
That's a good question, because actually in the US, my career started out as an educator in the classroom, actually.
Oh.
I taught in the classroom for about 7 years.
So I was totally right when I said she's an educationist.
I taught in the classroom for about 7 years, and one of the things that I experienced there is what you're talking about. A lot of parents who come in and say, you know, my child is this, or my child is unable to do X, Y, Z. For me, having an African orientation, like you said, it takes a village. I'm like, no, that should not be the case. You and I should work together. However, as a parent, I'm a huge proponent of the fact that your child's education starts from the home, holistically, not just the academics, right? The academics is math, English, science, and all that good stuff. That does not make the human. Those are just skills that they acquire over time to do and be stuff in society. But the human himself, herself, has to be educated from the home. Work ethic, behavioral philosophies, principles, all those things, spiritual nature of that child, what they believe in, how they conduct themselves. It is a complete responsibility of the parents. Now, when it comes to interacting with educators, a lot of parents are extremely ignorant, and they just feel like they are, I don't know. And I tell a lot of parents, I'm like, you're just setting this child up to fail. And at the end of the day, when it gets to the end of the line, it's too late for you to correct it. So while you're fighting me as the enemy, like I'm coming against you and your child, you should be teaming up with me as your
partner,
helper, to help you. Because really, I can educate your child in isolation. Whether he learns or not, that's on, you know, it's okay, it's neither here nor there, and just ignore. But educators that really care, they would want to address the whole person, who they're becoming, and who they are in class and in school and at home. So a lot of parents should actually be more, like I tell my kids' teachers, I'm like, look, I know in America you're not allowed to whoop kids, but look, if you need my cell phone, just text me, and they know. I have 3 boys, I show up and I'm there. Like I've taken extreme measures, because you know, kids are kids, and I'm not one parent to say, oh, my kids are perfect. No, they're not. I've had to be in school with my kids, and I sit in the classroom, I'm like, okay, we're going to school together today. How do you feel about that? If that's what we need to do, because I'm going to make sure that your teacher can do her job, his job, and I'll make sure I do my job. We'll do it together, because we're not going to let you fail. That's the way it should be.
Okay, so now they've left the childhood stage. Now they become teenagers or young adults. There's this thing you talk about, or people are beginning to talk about, in regards to domestic violence, teen dating violence. When I opened the show, I talked about how controversial it is. Now, in this part of the word, you do not mention the word teen and dating. They're like two words that should not be in the same sentence, because it's assumed, oh, at the time you should focus on your education, focus on getting your life set, but not talking about dating. Many parents would not want to hear their 15-year-old, your 16-year-old is in a relationship. Not to talk about being abused in that relationship. So some teenagers, even when they encounter such, want to keep it to themselves because like, hush, hush, do not let mom hear it, not let dad hear. But we'll talk more about that after this quick break. Just stay tuned.
My name is Okole Chukwemeka Maxwell. Lagos is a center of excellence.
Orisumi Bariamuda. Yeah. Lagos has been so helpful to me and so meaningful, a promising land indeed. So I've never been in Lagos.
My name is Femi. Lagos is the land of opportunity for me. I joined to Lagos a few years ago for work, and it's been leaps and bounds since then. I like the fact that it has the opportunity for people to grow. If you are smart enough, you can get as high as you need to get to.
All right, many thanks for staying tuned to Souk Exclusive, and we'll still have Dr. Oyikonsola Junodu in the studio. She is an entrepreneur, and she's also the founder, board chairperson, Honey Drops Foundation Africa, and she's here talking about domestic violence. And now we've gotten into teen dating violence. Ever heard of that before, where it's been a concept that handles the troubles, the violent troubles that teens encounter in their relationship. Now, before we went on that break, I did say that something like that is not much talked about in a place like Nigeria because of some cultural issues, how parents want to frown at their teens being in relationship, but it is a reality that a lot of teens are in relationship. So, Oyikonsola, talk to me about teen dating violence. How did we get to that part that a kind of concept has been carved out to handle violence in teen relationship? Isn't that like encouraging what should not be?
I think it's the reverse, because when you look at kids in school from when they're young, right, they're interacting with one another. And I mean, I guess given the evolution of humans, you see that puberty sets on earlier than we experienced it. Like we have kids at 9, even 8, getting at least starting puberty in a lot of cases. So now that means their brain, the chemistry in their brain, their body is evolving, is shifting. But let's leave that alone. Let's look at the results that we're getting. And if it's working so far, that's good. We can keep doing it. We have kids under 12 getting pregnant. We have 13-year-olds getting pregnant. Mothering children, actually, because they were pregnant, they didn't even know they were pregnant because they got engaged in sexual activity. Some of them were raped and abused, and they just woke up one day, saw things happening. They didn't even understand. All of a sudden, boom, they're having a baby. And so if this is what we're getting, how is that working out so far? Like how people will say, how markets? So if that's not working well, then let's begin to reverse the order of things to say, okay, let's look at it from a reverse direction. Abnormal norms are literally taking over. Everything in society now is, we live in an upside down world, literally, whether you want to accept it or not. But the sooner we accept that reality, especially in Nigeria, which is why I was so motivated to say, okay, I think this is a good time for me to come home and establish this and introduce this to our community. Teen dating is a reality. Whether Nigerians or Africans want to talk about it or not, it's happening at a very alarming rate, if I do say so myself, given the level of poverty, which also instigates the high incidence of those relationships. Because when there is a high poverty rate in a nation, parents are put out there to hustle more to make ends meet. Kids are caught between the cracks of not being supervised at all times or even left to fend for themselves. And how do they do that? They just take on whatever is thrown at them, whether it's right or wrong. They don't know, and then they accept it as the norm. Now, when we talk about the violent part of it, when we look at our society and the way things are done, kids in schools, they go through bullying and all these things. It's like, you know, even you look at all these, what do they call them? You know, all these cliques and girls against girls, and you know, social media. It's cool for you to use certain words on yourselves and insult each other and talk to each other in a very downgraded way. And it's normal. Now they get in these relationships with these so-called boys and girls, and it's like the things that the boys have seen modeled to them as, that's the way a man is, you're masculine. If she talks to you anyhow, give her a slap, that kind of thing. And then to the females, it's like, sometimes they are on the giving end as well. Because now it's like, I can't take any rubbish from any man. That's the way I've seen my parents, you know, and then they want to repeat that. So now violence is coming from left and right. Both the male and the female are perpetuating it. Unfortunately, both the male and the female are also receiving it. And the ones that are on the receiving end, unfortunately, take it as normal. Oh, he hit me. Oh, he loves me. He didn't mean to. He loves me so much. That's the way, you know, a man shows that he loves you, you know, when I get out of line. And I've even heard it say, oh, some females, if you don't hit them, they don't feel like you're man enough, you're strong enough. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Very negative theories.
Exactly, abnormal norms. Or he's so possessive, he's very jealous. Oh, you know, he talks down at me. He says certain things to me. He calls me out of my name. That means he cares. No, he does not. That's not love. And if, you know, those things we really need to educate. And that's where we come in, because it's happening right in front of us. So whether we choose to address, it's like saying whether the government chooses to address global warming or not, it is happening right before our eyes. And if we don't step in and try to at least prevent it, or at least change the cycle for those kids, we're just going to end up with more of the same. Domestic violence victims, we're going to end up with more of the same. Fathers being taken out of homes and put in jails, and now we have single parent homes. We have broken families, even if they're not single parent homes. Now we have this dysfunction being repeated over and over and over. But it doesn't just start from when they get into adulthood. It doesn't just start from when a man and a woman gets married. It starts from when that young boy, that young girl starts doing or understanding certain ways and accepting it, or being certain things that society is like, oh, it's normal. Or it might not be normal, but nobody's really paying attention. And it's like they say, when you know better,
you do better.
You do better.
Okay, so it's like that's the basis upon which domestic violence thrives. From teen dating, it's seen like, oh, this is the way relationship is run. You can abuse me, I can abuse you. It depends on who has the power enough to be the abuser.
There you go.
So
I love it. I love it. That is it. It depends on who has the power enough
to be the abuser.
it.
So
Exactly.
once they get into marriage, it becomes like a normal thing. So addressing domestic violence seemed like, let's get to the root of the matter first, where it first starts to show itself, which is teen dating. But for your foundation, taking this up as a key issue, as the reception like when you put teens together, when you get into schools and you say we want to talk to your teens about this, we want to educate them and even find out those who have been victims, how we can help them. What's the reception like?
So for me, I guess being an educator, I taught middle schoolers, teenagers, that very interesting age where they're confused and they're like nice to you one day, they're horrible to you the next day, and they don't know who they are, and then you see them 2 years later, they're so wonderful, and I'm like, where was this child when you were in my classroom? But that's such a critical age. But the thing I've found is being able to meet kids where they're at. So I've had to, in developing our curriculum, I've had to learn a lot of teen language.
Okay.
I've had to learn a lot of ways to communicate with children, with young adults, to be able to get on their level. I put a lot of effort into my parents, because when I show up, they're like, oh, we like, kids, girls, they automatically just gravitate towards me. It's like they like something about me. It's either they like my hair, my this, my that. Then the conversation starts. And then of course the boys, like just being a boy mom, I'm like, I know, not perfectly, but I learn how to relate to boys and try to just get them comfortable around me and just talk to them. And that's really it. Kids, honestly, we don't give them enough credit. And it's not a conversation we have where we're like talking at them. This is what you need to do. No. It's a conversation like, tell me, what's your experience been like? How many people have boyfriends here? Tell me, don't lie. Let's talk about it. The hair. How did your boyfriend toast you? You start those conversations like this.
To get into them.
You warm up to them, you get them to open up and they start talking. Next thing, you just start asking all these probing questions where they don't feel invaded, but they also know that, this is something they will talk about with their friends and their girlfriends, and they're like, they feel comfortable. So that's how we model it. It's such an interactive session and the kids love it. They open up, and then by the time it's done, you find out that it's an alarming data. At least 3 in 4 would have experienced.
3 in 4.
Yes.
That's huge.
Yes, that's 90%.
Wow.
Would have experienced some type of violence, whether it's emotional, because it's not just physical, right? Whether it's emotional, which they don't even know that's a thing, whether it's verbal,
they think is normal, but the effect is not normal.
Thank you. Yeah, and then it's like you start to see that they've experienced it, and it's an alarming statistics, and you start breaking it down to them. There's verbal, and when you explain what verbal is, they're like, oh, I didn't even know. Or there's emotional. When you start explaining, and then when we get into the point where we talk about the 8 cycles of abuse, the grooming part, the part where, all those things, the isolation, they start connecting the dots. Oh, that's why he doesn't want me to be friends with these people.
Or she doesn't want
me around these people, because around those people, they can easily identify and get you help and get you out of that situation. So we show them all those things, and all of a sudden the light bulb comes on. And now we have kids who are enlightened, who are empowered. And then what we go on to do is we now offer to help them become peer advocates.
Okay.
Because that's really the goal. Each one teach one. What you've learned here today. We do a check for understanding, and we do, we check for understanding, and we also do like an evaluation at the end. What are the top 3 things you learned? That makes you a peer advocate. Now go out there. If you see something, say something. If you see someone this, speak up, and this. So we empower them to be their peer advocates. And that's really the movement we're creating in schools, that we see that will work. I don't really know how quickly it will catch on, but the work is ongoing. It will be ongoing, of course.
So it's very possible for one to be abused and not know they're being abused until it gets to a level where the toxicity they get from the relationship is overwhelming. All right, so for the events you'll be having tomorrow, what is going to be like? What shape will it take, and what's the objective beyond just talking to kids? Are there some other aspects?
Oh yes, so we're having our very first Honey Drops Foundation Teen Dating Violence Awareness Conference. We've had it in the US for 2 years, and bringing it home to Africa. Basically, it's a very full program. We have some entertainment locked in there.
Okay.
We need to entertain these kids. Trust me, you can't go sit down and talk to kids all day expecting them to listen. I don't know if you know Vanessa Jones. She's a Kid Wonder R&B artist who's going to be our youth ambassador here.
Okay.
So she'll be performing. She actually wrote a song. I'll send it to you. Really nice.
Okay.
She did a really nice soundtrack for us for this program that we will use as we go on as well. So of course we have a program. We have it broken down into segments. We're going to talk a little bit about finance. We're going to talk a little bit about education.
Interesting.
That's the empowerment portion of it.
Finance for teens.
It's not just heavy teen dating. We start off with that, then we say, okay, now you know this. This is what you do. We give them tools, we give them strategies. Then we just throw in a bit of empowerment. We have limited time to do this, but the goal holistically is to establish what Honey Drops Foundation is doing in Africa is establishing our program here for our youth, the Teen Dating Violence Program, which includes empowerment, elevation, and education, and also establishing a new program that we know is needed here.
Okay.
Because we have several programs and we just don't want to throw everything here due to understanding the cultural needs of every society. So we're going to be developing female youth leaders. That's specifically female youth leaders, because there's a gap in really empowering and getting these young girls, young females ready for taking up high-level positions in life. We will be very selective in that particular program. We will be working specifically with college-age young women, and we will be very targeted in how we make our selection and the people that we put through that program, because it's a year-long program where they get to experience mentorship, they get scholarships, they get to receive a lot of hands-on training from C-suite executives, philanthropic CEOs like myself, founders of industry and things like that.
So it's going to be a wonderful one, a complete package. I like the fact that you're going to add finance to it, because that's something that is often lacking in conferences of such nature. But for those who they know about Honey Drops Foundation and are wondering, and now that they know, how can they be part of it? If they can't be part of tomorrow's event, how can they help your teenagers, maybe parents, maybe schools? What's the way to connect?
Amazing. We're rounding up real quick. honeydropsfoundation.org, at Honey Drops Foundation, social media. Those are our handles, at Honey Drops Foundation, and honeydropsfoundation.org is our website. We need donors, we need volunteers, we need people who want to just support. We're working with local governments, state governments, and federal. We're starting from Mushi local government, and we're going to cover every local government in Lagos State, and we're going to spread to every state in Nigeria eventually, federal, and then key cities in Africa. That's the strategy. So if you want to be part of this, honeydropsfoundation.org, at Honey Drops Foundation is our social media handle. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yukinsola Ajinodu, for being in our studio today and talking extensively about domestic violence and teen dating violence. All right, the mystery has been unveiled. We've told you all about teen dating violence. Now you know if you've got a teen, because here at Sook News, our core basically is about business, economy, and development. And you cannot develop a people without being conscious of their mental well-being, their physical well-being, their social well-being. So attending to them at this stage sounds like catch them young, so they develop as a whole human being. No part is in peace, but everything comes together and that person becomes a whole human being that can function rightly and encourage and make the pace of development in Nigeria and Africa faster. Again, thank you for being on the show.
Thank you, Sook News.
I am Blessing AJ. Thank you for watching.
$800,000 lives were lost, tearing apart families and turning neighbors against each other. It was a time of unimaginable horror, but from the depths of despair, a remarkable transformation began. Today, Rwanda stands tall as a testament to the power of resilience and the pursuit of progress. Led by the visionary president, Paul Kagame, Rwanda embarked on a journey of healing and reconciliation through grassroots efforts and the establishment of Kigaga courts. Rwanda started the process of healing, ensuring justice for the victims and promoting forgiveness. But Rwanda's ambitions didn't stop at reconciliation. The nation set its sights on sustainable development and economic growth.
Embracing the importance of environmental conservation, Rwanda became a global leader in sustainable practice in 2008. It implemented a nationwide ban on single-use plastic bags, showcasing its commitment to reducing plastic waste and protecting the environment. The ban was rigorously enforced, resulting in a significant reduction in plastic pollution and the promotion of eco-friendly alternatives. Harnessing the power of technology, Rwanda transformed itself into an innovation hub, nurturing creativity and entrepreneurship. One outstanding example is the establishment of the Kigali Innovation City, a collaborative environment that brings together universities, research institutions, tech companies, and startups. This initiative supported local talent, homegrown startups, and attracted international tech companies and investors. Rwanda shattered gender barriers, empowering women to take on influential roles and lead the nation towards progress. Through the implementation of quotas and exceeding gender parity requirements, Rwanda achieved remarkable representation of women in the national legislature, with around 61% of seats in the Chamber of Deputies held by women, making it the country with the highest proportion of female lawmakers globally. The progress achieved by Rwanda extends to numerous key areas. The country has experienced a significant reduction in poverty rates and maternal mortality ratio. Life expectancy has improved significantly, and despite the challenge posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, Rwanda has shown resilient economic growth and decreased unemployment rates. Land restoration efforts, advancements in healthcare, malaria prevention initiatives, and a universal healthcare system have contributed to the nation's progress, ensuring the well-being and inclusive growth of its Hutu and Tutsi populations. Rwanda's rise is a testament to the indomitable spirit of its people, who turned tragedy into triumph. From the ashes of a painful past, Rwanda has emerged as a beacon of hope, resilience, and progress. It serves as a lesson for the world, reminding us that even in the darkest of times, the human spirit can overcome and rebuild. This is the remarkable story of Rwanda, a nation that refused to be defined by its past.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arumeta, Suk, Enlightenment. Once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Suk Enlightenment.